Okay, I think I'm live now, and I think the audio should be working. Let me paste an announcement in the Discord. Another surprise tablets and chill stream for Monday morning, at least on the west coast of the United States. Uh, let's see, Nick just asked me, what am I planning? Just various news updates. Just various news updates. Driver issues, for example. New releases, moving pad discussions, etc., etc., etc. Q&A, etc., etc. Okay. Live now and on camera. I still have to automate this. Live now. You know, if AI will be useful, it'll be useful for assisting me in these streams, honestly. Okay. Okay, let me make sure the comments are available. Hi, Hera. Yes, we are going to talk about Huion driver issues. If you don't mind, I'm going to show your before and after, which is really good. It's a really very instructive lesson. Okay, let's get the music. Let's get the music. Where is it? Window. Sound effects. There we go. Okay, let me turn up my own volume so I can hear it. You know, one of the reasons I like this music is there's a steak house, a steak restaurant in Seattle, in Bellevue technically, which I used to go to all the time. It's called El Gaucho. And whenever I hear music like this, I think about that environment, about just a quiet place where I can just focus on really just a nice feeling and experience. Okay. Interesting. Okay, interesting. Yeah, someone just offered a very interesting suggestion. I'll talk about it in the stream. Interesting. I will try. Okay. So what's our? Thank you, Hera. I do really appreciate it. Okay, what's on the agenda? This is a Monday morning, and I wanted to actually stream last night, but I just got distracted with something, and I just have a few items that I wanted to talk about, and let me just take a look at my list here, because I do have an actual list in my show notes. So first of all, I wanted to talk. We're going to talk about there's a new Open Tablet Driver release. Just a minor bug fix, but I wanted to point it out. I'm going to talk a little bit more about the app I tried, I think last week, called Stylus X. And we're going to talk about Wacom drivers, which is really the most sort of emergency situation to talk about. And then we're going to talk about the Huion Artist Pro 16 V2, which is a new release. And we're going to talk about what it is and how you should think about it. I'm going to talk about some crazy pressure curves that I saw, which surprised me, honestly. And we're going to talk about release notes, just upgrading drivers in general. There's a lot of driver talk today. Hi, Mir. Good to see you. And we're going to talk about something that just happened literally in the last hour, which was someone's experience with the Canvas Pro 19, and more importantly, Huion drivers, a specific Huion drivers. We're going to talk about that. Let's begin with that, actually. So, Hera, who is in chat right now, I think, Hera, your Canvas Pro 19 just arrived, I believe, in the last 12 hours. And so when I woke up, she was starting to use it, and I think I asked what was experience, and she said it was really good, but then she noticed some diagonal wobble. Now I'm going to bring up her actual sample because I want to talk about actually what it looks like for a second. By the way, she fixed it. We're going to talk about, and how she fixed it is going to be that's really the point of what we're going to talk about. But on our way there, I want to show you what she found, because this is a real world example of what actually happens. Let's see if I can pop it out. Okay, here we go. And I'm going to, I think, show, yeah, okay. So here it is, right? Oops, so this is, actually, I think she's got a better sample, one that illustrates the problem a little bit more. Let me find it. Or is this it? Yeah, this is probably the first example. I think there's another one. So let's take a look here. Now this is actually a pretty good overall stroke, and she's drawing fast on the Canvas Pro 19. And what do you notice here? Oh yeah, and it's her first Huion product. So I like the Canvas Pro 19. I do recommend it. So when she said she was having problems, I was like, let's figure this out. And with the help of other people, she managed to figure out what the problem was. That's fantastic. So I just wanted to show you this, and what you should really notice here is how at this distance you probably can't see anything. In fact, really depending on what's going on, it might be harder to see when you're zoomed in and easier to see when you're zoomed out. So for example, I see this picture, I see sort of close to me, there's one monitor that shows it, and there's the one that my teleprompter is showing it. It's harder for me to see it bigger than it is smaller. There's a very slight slight wobble. So this is, the reason I bring this up is it's quite interesting to me that you might not notice a different zoom levels, okay? And sometimes even your eyes can get a little confused because there's a very regular wobble. It can almost seem like an optical illusion, but it's there. But you might have to see the wobble at different sizes to notice. So that's one thing I just want to bring out there. And this wobble is subtle. I think a lot of people probably wouldn't even notice this. Hi, Stark Stefan 3D. Good to see you. Thanks for joining the stream. Now, so this is just an example, this is a real world example. And this is with fast strokes. And really remember, with fast strokes, you shouldn't see any wobble. So that was one of the mysteries, which is like, why is she seeing it with fast strokes? Because fast strokes kind of, just the nature of having a fast stroke sort of averages things out more in at least most applications. So it shouldn't be something that you see. So this is one sample. And then as we went down through that discussion, let me just go through there and find some other things that she was finding. Here is another sample she had. And again, this is, you might not even notice it, but if I zoom in a little bit here, it's, in this case, she drew with a slower stroke with lighter pressure. Okay? Rain, you can see it? Yeah, that sample is very subtle. This one's a little more obvious, and this is when she was drawing slower, which is typical. Diagonal wobble shows up when you're drawing a little bit slower in general, okay? That's why if you see my diagonal wobble tests, I draw at 3 different speeds. And they're all, I think, 2 of them are relatively slow for a lot of people, and one of them sort of, what I call fast is kind of a more normal speed. And, sorry, I was looking at the chat. So here we can see more of classic wobble. And you can see it, right? It's less subtle. It's less subtle, but at low pressure you can kind of see it. So this is a classic wobble case, okay? This is what it really looks like in practice. Now I'm still, at this point in the conversation, I was still just really mystified by what's going on because I certainly didn't experience it. So, we'll use this as people say, a teaching moment. So we'll go over the things that people asked Hera to do, what she did. And so the first thing I asked her, was to let's make sure that it's not her hand, but actually, test with a ruler. And she did, and she found the same thing. And make sure there's no stabilization. And here's another thing she did. I think this is also freehand though. Let's take a look here. Right, you can still see just a tiny bit of wobble. It's probably a little bit less, and I think these were faster strokes. Yeah, Rain, SenseLabs has a kind of a wobble or a little bit of an erratic, but it's subtle. It's subtle, but I tend to use some stabilization with tablets. In general, except for Wacom's that really don't have much wobble. Some do, some Wacom's do. And let's find another sample. Just, I want to get you accustomed to. Now, here's an example where she actually used the moving. Just as, now this, take a look at this. Because it should be obvious, near or far, there's no wobble. And I love that she provided these samples because, but this is freehand, again, this is freehand. But you don't, you will see slight deviations in the path, but that's, of course, Hera is a human person and is drawing with a hand, and all sorts of little things can happen. So that's why I always measure with a ruler, okay? But you should be able to immediately see a difference, right? And if you see wobble, it should be very incredibly subtle, okay? And that's what I see here. The wobble is maybe incredibly subtle, right? Not saying it's not there, but it's so close to not being there, like you would have to really struggle to see it. Oh, sorry, Hera did this on the moving pad 11, not moving. Thank you for clarifying, Hera. Right? Mir asked a good question. Is the wobble typical? I would say what you saw before, Mir, in the earlier examples, not what I'm showing right now, is something that is common in a lot of tablets. Okay? It is actually common. That's why, sometimes I feel like I'm, what's the right word? Maybe misrepresenting wobble. It's not that all tablets have some amount of wobble, okay? All of them do. It's just about how much it affects you and what it takes for you to eliminate it, okay? And wobble, this is such a classic thing that happens when you look at tablets. When you examine and you test tablets, you're really, it's like taking a microscope to things. And if you've ever taken a microscope to anything, like food or a human face, you'll find weird things going on and imperfections. And you can start to fixate on really tiny imperfections, okay? Really incredibly tiny imperfections. And you start, when I tell you that there's any wobble, people can maybe sometimes become too sensitized to it, at least in terms of reviews and things. So I don't want you to get panicked about wobble. It's just, again, it's how much do you notice and what do you have to do to correct it? Because all tablets really do have some amount of wobble, okay? So this is great. Like you'd have to really struggle to find any wobble, right? And even your eyes can play tricks on you. Your eyes might even see things that aren't really there, but I see it in two different monitors in front of me. And in both cases, I'm not really seeing anything that I would say is wobble. But this is a great example. And thank you, Hera, for providing it. Let's take a look at a few chat comments. Let's see. Mir, you don't see an issue with yours? That's good. That's good. What is the cause of wobble? It's a little bit of a mystery, but we discovered something today. Okay. So first of all, let's start with, we don't know exactly. Let's be honest with that, okay? Because none of us work for a tablet company, and I've never actually asked a tablet company what causes it. I don't know if they'd be willing to answer. Okay, but let's talk about what we know. The digitizer, which is the core component inside these tablets, is it is like a grid, okay? And the grid has wires, or what they call coils, that go, there's horizontal coils and vertical coils. And there's not like a million of these. Tablet resolution is like 5280 lines per inch or 200 lines per millimeter. So you probably think there's like millions of coils that are horizontal and vertical, or thousands maybe. No. There are actually in the tens of coils I'm going to guess here like 30 or 50, something like that. More than 10, but not 100. Okay. So how do they get from, let's just say there's 50 coils horizontally and 50 coils vertically, which I think is more than they have. How do you get from 50 coils measuring, being able to discriminate between 200 points per millimeter, which is really high resolution? Well, they have to sense the pen signal on the digitizer across the coils. Some coils get a strong signal, some coils get a weaker signal, right? Both horizontally and vertically. And they have to, maybe, I don't know if the right word would be interpolate, but maybe somehow, or triangulate, but somehow they have to estimate the position of the pen. And they can do that with great accuracy. Now, what we think is going, so that's the truth. We all know that's how it works. We think that the algorithm to do that has to be tweaked. And that algorithm has to adjust for the coils, right? Because the coils sort of, apparently sort of, I don't want to say shift the position of the pen, but you could think of it that way. They have some effect on the detected position, and that has to be accounted for. Now that can be accounted for in the firmware, and it can be accounted for in the drive, it could be in the driver, and other things can affect it. Like Cube suggested that stabilization or smoothing algorithms in the tablet firmware can cause more or less of this diagonal wobble. Okay, and why does it not appear? It occurs mostly diagonal, especially at 45 degrees. Why doesn't it appear up and down? Because, well, when you're moving up and down, you're not really changing, you're sort of not changing your position in one dimension. So, one of the reasons for the wobble is no longer occurring, right? So that's why we think it's the coils are involved. Let's see, John says, yeah, John said it much better than I did. I should have seen this comment. The lines, the coils, there's distortion when they cross the lines, right? And I'm just going to read his comment. It's so good. The driver has math to correct the distortion, but when the tolerances are bad, the driver cannot correct it. Yeah. 2030 is correct? Fantastic. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. You sound like a tablet expert, so I'm happy you joined the call or joined the chat. So now let's go back to Hera's experience, because it dives into a lot of other topics for today. Let's see. Let's get back to her. We went through the good sample. And then I asked her to do a ruler, etc. And when I do my testing for diagonal wobble, I just want to be clear on what I do. I use Krita. I use the Ink 3 Fineliner. I turn off everything that changes the pressure, so it's constant width brush. Turn off all stabilization or smoothing. Make sure all, and I leave the line anti-aliased, because if you have it aliased, it'll look rough. It'll make it look like there's sort of maybe rougher shapes than there are. And so she did it, and I said, try with WinTab instead of Windows Ink, which of course she was on Windows, obviously. I said, did you try restarting Krita? And she was still getting the problem. So finally, she did find a solution. And so let's just talk about what that was. So this is the important part. Even if you don't care about wobble, I want you to remember this part, which we have a lot of driver talk today. She was using the Huion V20 driver, which is a new Huion driver. Let's go ahead and let me get to the Huion site. I just want to show you this because you should be aware. Okay, now I do use the V20 driver, and I'm not saying this happens for everybody, but let's get to the Huion site. By the way, a new Huion tablet should be coming, I think, this week. So we are getting there. Oops. So here's Huion's site. What a nice drawing, by the way. What is this? Okay, October 22nd. So yeah, in just 9 days, this is that 24-inch tablet that we talked about. Now we've got a specific date for it. And I will be buying that tablet, by the way. So Let's go to drivers, wherever the hell it is. It's under support and then download center. And then I'll just type in Canvas Pro 19 because that's what Hera has. Let's type it in. Now, what do you see here? Okay, let's just carefully look at the screen. And I think I have something which may help here. So just give me a second. No, not that. There we go. Can you see it? So this helps me focus on, what does this say? Driver 20, okay? That's for Windows. And then we have driver 20 for Mac OS. Do you like this feature? I bought a new app for this. And then we have on Linux, it says driver 15. Okay, so just a little context. Huiyan's driver numbers for a long time were like 14 and then 15 for a long time. And they just released the version 20. Okay, so that's what is on Mac and Windows. And driver 20 has one issue, which is that it only supports, number one, a subset of all the drivers. And I assume they're going to add more support over time, which is great. And it does look great. It's a good looking driver. The UI has improved. But, and by the way, if you want to get the old version, you just click on older version here. You'll get it. Let's click. And you can see here's 20, and then the last version was 15, okay? So long story short, Hera tried the older driver, version 15, and the problem disappeared, okay? And Hera, if I'm leaving out any details, please let me know. And the reason I want to focus on this is the following. Notice that it says driver 20. Now I'm going to download it, okay? I'm going to click download. And we'll just open this up here as soon as it's finished downloading. Okay, well, you can see it right now. Let's, oops, I want to do this. Yeah, here we go. What do you see here? Oh, you can't see it because my face is in the way. Hang on. I feel so embarrassed here. Let's find it. Okay, let me move it over here. You can see, okay? Take a look at the download file name. What's it say? Huiyan tablet install dash beta. It says beta, okay? Right there. And that is not good for us. We don't want that. We don't want betas. They don't mention that it's beta on the normal page, but it says beta. Now, it may not, who knows what it is? One evidence says it's not beta because it didn't say the word beta here, but the file name says beta. So now we're confused. Honestly, even though I do like the new driver and I do use it, you should be aware that the driver can have some impact on diagonal wobble. So if you have the Huiyan Canvas Pro 19 and you see that diagonal wobble, please try the V15 driver, the older driver, okay? I just want you to make sure you know that. Now, does the driver itself cause the diagonal wobble? It's unclear. It is unclear. Obviously, it had some impact for Hera. It may be that the driver, who knows, gave a different command to the firmware of the tablet to do something, and that's what caused the diagonal wobble. It could be that the driver itself is correcting for that distortion that John mentioned. We don't know. I think probably the driver is doing something. Because, and of course, it would be logical that it might be, because the driver is it's very hard for Huiyan, any company, to change the firmware of their devices, but it's pretty easy for them to change a driver. So it wouldn't surprise me if the driver itself is correcting some of the problems, and in this case may have introduced the problem. So just want to let you know this might actually happen. And so pay attention to the driver, and I'd recommend you use the V15 driver. Try the V20, but just be aware you might have issues, and then roll back to V15. Okay, let's take a look at the chat. John says, I tried to make a painting program a few years back to correct this for the distortion. Interesting. Interesting. John, did it work? I'm really curious about that. Let's see, Mir says, speaking of Huiyan and Krita, have you ever tried the nightly build with a master? No, Mir, I've never tried any of the nightly builds or anything like that, but it's something I've always wanted to do, honestly. I've always wanted to do that. let's see. 24-inch. Yes, yes. There is a new Huion Canvas 24-inch. We think it's a Pro tablet. I believe it has touch. It's 4K, sort of more pro level color support, and also it uses the new Pentec 4.0, so the PW600 series of pens. Again, I will be getting it. I'm pretty excited for that. I'm actually weirdly enough excited for the touch aspect. I don't use touch except 1 out of 100 times, but when I use it, it's very important. Okay, so I will be getting that tablet. Oh, Hera points out it may have to do with Windows 10 instead of Windows 11. Could be. I don't know enough to rule that out. So yeah, it could be. Let's see. John says, you're absolutely right. The driver needs to know the distance between the pen and the sensor, and also the distance between the horizontal and vertical lines in order to calculate the formula. John, do you have your code somewhere? I would love, if you do on GitHub, maybe I'd love to see. Or if you have a description, like what? How do you actually do that to correct it? Right? I'm really curious. I'm not very mathematically inclined, not to that level at least. So, to see code, I would love to maybe even try it out. Because I have my painting program, my testing program, and I could even implement it there to see what it's like. Okay. John says, I got mediocre results. The line got straight, but when it failed catastrophically and created little edges. So I got lines more straight on average with some ugly artifacts. So it didn't work. Okay, interesting. Thanks for sharing that. Oh, let's take a look. Hera says, this new tablet, the name was revealed to be Canvas Pro 24. I think you mean 24, right, Hera? Gen 3. So first of all, I'm happy they put Gen 3 in the name because then it's easy for me to talk about get Gen 3 tablets, okay? That's it just makes things very convenient for me. And for people to buy the correct tablet. Mir says, I am more of a 19-inch person. I am too small for 24-inch. Got it. Makes sense, Mir. I will email you. Happy to show you this is oh, got it. Let's see. No worries. I do the same thing. When I am thinking about something, I will actually write that word, right, as I'm typing. So sometimes when I'm thinking about grocery shopping, I'll write in the middle of my tablet documents, I'll write like, pen pressure banana or something like that. Thanks for clarifying, Hera. 24-inch. Yeah, Canvas Pro 19 is a Gen 3 tablet. Huion mentions it in the Gen 3 lineup. I just wish they had it in the name. They should just start putting it in the name because it'd just be clear what it is. Okay, so that was Huion and drivers, and I just wanted to make sure people knew that was what was up. Try the V15 driver instead of the V20. Okay, next driver topic is Open Tablet driver, and I just want to let me just go to the OTD Discord for a second, and let's take a look here. Let me find the announcement. Yeah. I'll just bring up the Discord, actually. Okay, so Open Tablet Driver has a new version, which is 0.6.6.1. So this is more of a bug fixing release, as they mentioned in the middle of the release notes. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. And this is so that you probably don't need to upgrade unless it's fixing certain specific things, or you have these tablets, Monoprice 10594, what a name, and WoodPad of PF0730, and most importantly, the most common tablet that they added here, Deco Pro MW. So that's great, because I do recommend the Deco Pro MW, or MW Gen 2, but lots of people have the Deco Pro MW. Okay, so that was that. Oops, there's, I gotta figure out why it's doing this now. Let me move this out of the way. Okay. So that was that. And the third topic, which is another driver confusion topic, let's talk about Wacom. You remember that company? Okay, so I'm going to go to Wacom.com. I'm going to show you something. So we're going to try to find the driver. Okay, so right, I clicked on support, drivers and downloads. Finally, it's working. Finally, so this was down for days. Okay, multiple days. So let's just type in PTH660 and see what happens. Right. Okay, so they have drivers just like Huion does, right? And their last driver was the 6411-1. And let's go ahead and just download it. So this is normal download. I'll go ahead and just click it, confirm download, and it'll start downloading. You can't see the download thing because my face is on top of it. Now, I just want to point out a few things. Number one, when you have these tablet drivers, they have release notes. So you should, I know everyone hates to read, but you should read release notes before you install the driver, because you'll notice that this driver, for example, dropped support for a bunch of tablets. Okay? So read the release notes. Read the release notes. You'll see it give messages like this. If you don't know which ones it does support for Wacom, you have a list here of compatible products, and it just gives you the names and the model numbers. Okay? So you can be very clear about what the driver supports. Okay? So that's one thing. Now, what about older drivers? So notice that this is for the PTH660, and if you click here, you can get older drivers, and it actually gives you a list of older drivers. Okay, all the way back to, I'll scroll all the way back to February 2017. Of course, that's the oldest it would go because that's when the tablet was introduced. Okay, so this is actually good news. This also makes you realize Wacom, by definition, has a database where they have the tablet model number and which drivers it supports. Okay, so that is a known topic in case you're looking for old release notes or old drivers, and each one has its own release notes, by the way. Now let's try a older tablet, PTH, which one? 650, I believe. 651. Yeah, 650. Okay. And it's in 205, which is no longer supported. See what happens. We'll go back here, and notice it lists, it actually doesn't show you the latest driver, it lists the latest that it supports, which is 6.3462, which is released back in August of 2022, and you can see the release notes. Okay, and let's take a look at its oldest drivers. It goes all the way back to 2016. Okay, let's try an even older one. Let's try the PTZ. Let's just see how long PTZ. Yeah, one of these, PTZ 1231, which I have. And let's just see how old. I want to see how far back they go. Back to November 2010. Okay, so they have a lot. For every tablet, you can find any specific driver for in their history that they support. Okay, so that's useful. That's useful. Actually, you know, I'm going to try one more thing. I'm going to try see what happens in Intuos 2. UD, oh, they don't even have the UD. Let's try Intuos 2. Or XD, yeah, XD, yeah. Let's see what happens here. Well, here they have the driver from 2012, and they don't have any list of older drivers. For Mac OS, they do. Okay, but there's only 2 drivers listed. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up and spending all this time is just to make sure you know what features are available. But for like, I think almost a week, this page didn't work. Okay, and this happens every now and then with Wacom. Once or twice a year, this page just goes nuts, and you cannot search for a driver. Now, what's weird is the drivers are actually not deleted, or they're on Wacom CDN, their content delivery network. So they're there on the internet on Wacom's site, but this page that lists them just doesn't work. It shows like an error message. So, okay, before I continue, let me just check the chat to make sure I'm not missing anything. Oh, why did I download the Windows one? That's a good question. I wasn't really paying attention. So it wasn't. Mir, feel free to question Wacom's logo. Okay, so this was totally messed up all week. Okay, And if you go to the Wacom Reddit, which I'll do just in a second here, which I am a mod of, by the way, you'll notice if we search for driver and we click here, and I'll go ahead and just sort by new. Okay, and just take a look. Can someone give me a link to the latest Intuos driver? What's going on with the drivers page? Driver download problems. This is all in the last day. Can't find Wacom drivers. Can't access drivers. Can't install old driver. Trying to download drivers, access denied. It just went on for days and days. So there's two problems here. That page goes down sometimes. Number two, you can tell a lot of people are looking for older drivers. They just can't, they don't even know what the older drivers are, right? They can't find them. And just in general, a lot of us have struggled over the years with the, remember I told you in their site, they actually have a database. We know this because we just looked through it. That says tablet, model number, and driver. They have a list. They have a list. And what they don't do is have a page where you can see the full list. And it's hard to get to the right driver. And then sometimes they take down old drivers. So basically, I don't know, I'm making up the number, but roughly speaking, they delete drivers from like 2017 and older. They're just not there anymore. Now, that may or may not be a problem for you if you're using an older tablet or an older version of Windows. So we don't have access to the database. Sometimes the links are broken on their site, but I have a solution. So first of all, remember the site will go down, but the drivers are actually there on Wacom's site. That's data point number one. Data point number two is some people archive the drivers on archive.org. Now, to be honest, I think you should download drivers from Wacom, not from random other people. Okay, like don't use Softpedia, don't use, because you just don't know where these drivers are coming from, or malware is possible. Okay, I prefer to. That's why if people ask me for older drivers, and I never will it's incredibly rare where I've taken a driver I've downloaded and put it on my OneDrive or Google Drive for people, because I don't want to habituate them to the idea of downloading drivers from strangers. Okay, I have done it myself, but for testing purposes, but it's, I would consider it a dangerous thing. And I used to work in Windows security, so I'm paranoid. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be, but I am in fact a bit paranoid. But what did I do to solve this problem? Okay, I'll show you. One second. I'm going to get to my documents site. Okay, and I'm going to type in here. Let me show it to you. And let me move my face or the thing out of the way. I'm going to type in older Wacom drivers. Okay, and this is a Git, and it's going to lead me to this page, right? And this is just a doc, but it's going to show you a tool I built. Now, first of all, of course, your first option is going to the Wacom support site. Here I talk about exactly what I showed you. Okay. Option number two, you can go to archive.org. Again, I think you should probably try download from Wacom first. And then also, if you're on Windows, you can use Chocolatey, which has links to those same drivers, but you have to use this tool called Chocolatey. Not everyone is using it. It's kind of more of an advanced tool, but I just want you to know it is there. And then finally, I looked at Wacom's site, I looked at archive.org, and I looked at Chocolatey, and I actually developed my own list of Wacom tablets and drivers. That is, I can't say it's complete, but it's pretty extensive. So let me just show you the list. It's an actual tool on GitHub. So it's the 7pens Wacom driver list v.05, okay? And it starts from drivers that came recently, the latest drivers, 6.4.11.1, available for both Windows and Mac OS. And it goes all the way back to version 4.7-2 that was published back in December of 2003. And these are all the ones that have a release date, okay? So I can sort them in the list. There are a bunch that don't have release dates. So let me uncheck this, because I don't have the data. So there's a bunch of legacy ones, okay? Now notice something interesting here. Some of these, let me click this checkbox again, have links from Wacom. I just want to show you what this link is. Copy link address. I'm going to paste it up here. Notice it says cdn.wacom.com. So it's actually the Wacom download. It's not, I am not hosting any drivers, okay? By the way, it's about 6 gigabytes for all these drivers, okay? Now, some of these, which I turn on here, some of these have links to, someone has put them on archive.org, and I'm going to copy the link address to show it to you, okay? Archive.org download, okay? Now again, I think that's an emergency. You shouldn't use archive.org regularly because you don't know what's been placed there. You don't know what malware scanning has been done. At least you should kind of trust Wacom. And then finally, for a lot of these, they're release notes, right? So you can actually see the release notes there, okay? So if you're hunting for a driver and Wacom's site is down, you can use this site. I'm gonna paste the list into chat. Where is chat? Here we go. Okay. And if you're curious, what's the database behind this? How can I get the database? If you hit export JSON, the file will actually download. The file is actually, where is it? Here we go. Not now. So it's just JSON. Oh, it displayed this so badly. I can't believe this. Hang on. Let's get back to downloads. I'll open it up in a different tool. Open with, I guess, TextEdit. The Mac equivalent of Notepad. Where is it? Here it is. Okay. So it's just JSON. Okay, there's no database. I mean, it's not like a SQL database or something. It's just a text file. And it didn't, you can see it in the GitHub for this project. I don't have the link here, but it's just checked into the GitHub. So if you want to see the data, you have access to it. There's nothing hidden here, okay? A few more things. You can filter by OS, Windows, OS 9 or OS 10, or just hit all. You can type in the driver version number, like if I type in 11, all the ones with just 11 in the title of the name will come there. You can, let me remove that. You can filter by download. So if you just want ones from Wacom.com, this is the list. Or how about ones that are just archive.org? Here's the list, okay? Or not only, but they have an archive.org download. So you can see archive.org has a bunch, and a lot of them are listed with a Wacom, but some are not. Right? So just keep that in mind. And then I should probably add a filter for release notes as well. So this is the list. And again, it'll help you if you're looking for drivers and the Wacom site is down. So I just want to make sure you know this is available for you. Okay, let's get to let me check the chat here. Stark Stefan says, I recently bought the OnePlus Pad 3 and Stylo 2, tested with your testing software. Drawing experience is okay. How to post our result? Where can I share? A good option is to join the Discord. Let me paste the Discord. Let me just find the Discord link here. Yeah, I just put it in chat. So you can join the Discord and put it there. And let me just show you where you can put the information. I'm going to open up the Discord and I'll move it to this screen. Let me get there. Okay, so I'm in the Discord, the drawing tab of Discord, and I'm scrolling to one of the channels, which is called, Reviews, okay? And let's just, you'd create a new post, let's say whatever, new tab, well, that's a search, sorry. You create a new post, like let's just say it's the Huion Canvas Pro 24 Gen 3, right? And then what I do is I just say see below. That way, and then I add messages for each one. So let's take a look at one. Let's find one actually. Let's see, Pro 19 is what I'll search for. Hopefully the searching will work, I hope. Here we go. So we just leave links to reviews and testing results like here. You can see that, I think this is Koyo. He tried a screen protector with it and shared his experience. So this would be a great place to do it because then we can always refer back to it during a stream, etc., etc. Hope that answered your question. Okay, let's get to additional show notes. Okay, I need to take a quick bio break, so I'll be back in just a few minutes, okay? Thank you for your patience. Okay, I am back. You should be able to see me now. Let me confirm that. Okay, yeah, I'm back online. Okay, and what do I want to talk to you now was... Oh, I forgot to show you one more thing about our original problem we were talking about. Let me find it. It was Hera did the before-after on the V20 versus V15 driver. And I just thought it was great that she showed that. Let me see if I can find it. Where is it? Let's see. Because I think it's good for you to compare side by side. Because that's what you did. You drew strokes side by side. Okay. Let's take a look. Okay, so let's zoom in a little bit. Can you see it? I'm not going to say which one is which. Can you tell one of these lines on the same tablet was drawn with the V20 driver, and one set of them, different color, was drawn with the V15 driver. Can you tell which one's which? So if you are having problems, I don't think you should be, but these are, this wobble is extremely tiny. The black strokes were done with the V20 driver, and the blue strokes were done with V15. Remarkable difference, okay? So this is an example of how much of a difference that driver can make. Now, I'm gonna add one more thing here about this, which is, I actually think on top of diagonal wobble, the V20 driver was showing an additional kind of error. Another, I wouldn't call it wobble exactly, but it's some other weird kind of problem. So the blue, which is the V15, doesn't have that problem. Now, what's actually going on, I don't know. I don't know. But at least Hera is now having a good experience with her Canvas Pro 19. Konto, nice, thanks for joining us. Good morning. By the way, and I've said this many times in my streams, if anyone has their art that you want me to show on my stream, feel free. Just join the Discord and put it in the live stream React channel. Or if you have a link to a video or something you want me to read or show for the audience, just put it in the React channel. I will react to it, okay? I like to make sure you have an opportunity to have things come onto the, quote, show. Even if it's just your artwork, because I want to see what the audience creates. And I have to tell you, the Discord crew is amazing. They create just such amazing art. I'm always a little bit intimidated to draw anything, because these days all I draw are frogs, memes, right? So did I draw something recently I want to share? I think I did. I can't remember what it was I drew. Actually, let me take a quick look here. We'll do that later. I'll talk about next thing. Okay, the next topic is Stylus X. So I actually did a demo of Stylus X the other day. Let's go to the website so you have something to see. 1 second. Stylus X app. Where is it? I can't even find the link now. Actually, Mir sent a link to it, so I'll just use Mir's link. Search for Stylus X. Let's go visit the site, which is a YouTube link. And I'll try to see if I can get to the actual stylusx.com. I should have known. Of course, it would be stylusx.com. Okay, so this is, let me show it to you now. This is stylusx.com, which is an app called Stylus X. Long and short of it, it's a Procreate clone for Windows. It just got released. And I think it's still you know, occasionally, like I've had a crash. I think Tio had a crash once or twice. But if you know Procreate, you know how to use this app on Windows. So it's really interesting because honestly, it feels just like you're using an iPad and Procreate on an iPad. So for me, it was kind of wild to use this on a 24-inch Cintiq that had touch, right? Now, so I streamed about this. You sent an email with a video. Okay, I'll check it out, John. I'll check it out. Thank you. I did a stream on this last week, and I had a lot of fun doing it. But actually, I got an email this morning from the Stylus X people, and they asked me to share some feedback, and I will. Who knows? Maybe I'll ask them for an interview, because that's something I really want to do on the channel, is connect the people who are making the tools with the people who are using the tools. One more thing about Stylus X. Now, I use iPads a lot, but I don't really use Procreate. I'm not the biggest Procreate fan, though I understand why people like it so much. So I am curious about this app because I do feel like it is very optimized in terms of how much screen you see compared to how palettes and things. So I like that. I do like that. The thing that I think it would probably work better for me on a Surface Pro, which is like 13 inches, because it's more of an iPad shape, okay? Yeah, Kanto, that's exactly right. It is very much like Procreate. In fact, in the stream, as people they were just telling me how to do it in Procreate, and I could usually do the same thing in Stylus X. The one thing using it on a big screen I notice is, you know, with an iPad, of course, you have to be very judicious about how you use the screen real estate. So you have to optimize the UI. Now, with 24 inches, I don't need that optimization. I mean, I can understand why some people want it, but with 24 inches, you know, going to the edges, I'm gonna do the edges as if it's the screen here. Going to the edges here and moving up here and moving here, that's a lot of arm work, okay? So probably one of the pieces of feedback I give them is, I really love the concept. If you intend people to use your app at larger sizes on Windows, then consider at least maybe giving them some of the benefits of the larger screen. So for example, then this is just me brainstorming, don't take it too seriously. I kind of felt it would be useful to take what they've learned in optimizing the UI, and I don't know if this is gonna make any sense to you, but give me like a vertical bar on the left where all those things are in, and then on the right is just my full canvas. Because I don't need it. I like to have all my tools away and in one place, because there's a lot of arm movement to go pick a color, you know, for you. Sorry, I'll just do it my way. Picking a color here is a lot of arm movement, and then it's actually hurting my arm to do this, to go all the way back over here, okay? So that's probably a suggestion I would give them, and I'll think of some other things as well. Yeah, that is very thoughtful of them. I don't even know how they noticed that. But I love seeing that when you're again, I'm speaking as a product manager for Microsoft, you know, before I retired. You have to stay hungry for people using your product and getting feedback, and this is a really good sign from them. So I will reach back out to them and to share my feedback. And again, I'll try to get an interview, right? Let's see. Kanto is asking a question. Is it true that CSP UI on macOS is not as editable on Windows? I haven't seen anything like that. I've used CSP on Mac quite a bit. I haven't found anything that was less editable on Mac than Windows. It's possible it could be that way, but I've just never seen anything like that. Let's see. Let me check looks like Mir has gotten more art books. Okay, what next? Okay, the next thing I talked about, oh yeah, a new tablet. So let's get back to Huion. And there is, so remember that this is the Canvas Pro 24 Gen 3. Not talking about that. I'm talking about a different new tablet, okay? And that's this one, which is the, oops. Canvas Pro 16 V2. Notice it doesn't say Gen 2 or Gen 3. It doesn't say Gen anything. It says V2. Let's take a look at it. If you remember the video, can you link it, Kunto? Either here or in the Discord, because I'd like to take a look at it. So, Canvas Pro 16 V2. This is a weird one. We got to talk about it. So I'm going to click. And actually, let's go to the product page. It'll probably, here it is, Canvas Pro 16 V2. Okay, let's just take a look at it. So what do you notice? There's some buttons. There's a touch strip on the left. And just take a look at it. Just take a look at the shape, right? Oh, there's one more comment from John. My dream tablet would be a MoveInk Pro, a real display MoveInk with texture of a Cintiq Pro. Let me ask you a question, John. What are the attributes that make it a MoveInk Pro for you? So it could be that it uses OLED. It could be that it's because it's super thin and light. It could be because it has some other features. Because I think depending on your answer, I would have on what you say there, I would have a different answer. Now, just in general, I want the same thing. Okay, let me just be absolutely clear. I want the same thing. Let's start with texture, actually. So the MoveInk has a kind of a softer texture than a normal Cintiq because, and I don't know exactly why, Wacom says it has a etched glass, but it has an anti-fingerprint coating. And I think the coating gets scratched easier, okay? So you just want light and Pro Pen 3. Okay, in that case, I exactly want the same thing that you're talking about. I want a MoveInk 16. To be honest, I want one even larger. I want a MoveInk 19, okay? But 16, certainly, that's a very popular, thing people want. Oh, you didn't mention the size, but yeah, I kind of want that to be a bigger set of products that Wacom makes, right? 16 or 19, I feel like that there are people who would want a 16 that travel around with one, and that's just easy to move around. For me, I have a lot of tablets, so having a light one is very convenient. Sometimes I use the MoveInk for only that reason. Like I even use it as a monitor sometimes, like a third screen, just because it's light, I can get it out of the way, right? So yeah, I want absolutely the same thing. And with the Pro Pen 3, yes, absolutely, I'm right there with you. I do wish the MoveInk is, you want a foldable MoveInk 19? Yes. That would be amazing, wouldn't it be? To have, will they ever do something larger than 16? I can't see it, because that's when now you're getting into the space where there's confusion with the Cintiqs and Cintiq Pros and the MoveInk. Right now, and do they have space in the market for, let's just say, a 16-inch OLED MoveInk and a 16-inch Cintiq? That's interesting. Honestly, I would probably, if they had the same size and same features, I would of course get the MoveInk 16 instead of a Cintiq 16, because theoretically it has every feature and it's lighter and thinner, right? So yeah, I'm hoping they do it. They haven't given any sign that they're going to do it, but I definitely hope they do. Okay, back to Huion. So what's going on here? First of all, it's got the old body. What they've done is they've refreshed an older tablet with some newer tech. And let's just look at the specs and it'll be a little more obvious. So first of all, even though it's called Pro, it's interesting that this has, let's take a look at the screen here. It's just full HD. Oh, sorry, I wasn't showing it to you. The model number, by the way, is GT156V2. And it's just full HD, so 1920 by 1080, which is okay. It's okay. I have no complaints against that. But I really expected better. I expected at least the next resolution up, if not 4K. Okay. Another thing, which is good, it actually uses the new PW600 series tablet. Now, what's interesting here is that it's labeled as PW600A. So up until now, we've seen PW600, PW600S, which is the slim version, and then PW600L, which has no eraser. And now we see PW600A, and I can't seem to find an exact photo of it. Maybe we'll search again, but I didn't see it. Let's see if there's a photo here of the PW600A. This could be it. Doesn't look like it has an eraser. And maybe the specs are better. Here it is. Here it is. So this is interesting. This seems to have a shape. So it's 3 buttons, and it has a shape that looks like the old PW 550 or PW 517. Okay, but at least it's using Pentec 4.0, which should be good. Now, am I gonna get this? I don't know. I don't know. Let's just see how much it is. I'm gonna click the buy button. It's $400. So the price is not bad. Let's compare it to its closest competitor, which is the, believe it or not, Huion Canvas 16, Canvas 16 Gen 3. What's the price? The Gen 3 is $50 more. Okay? Let me put these, can I put these side by side? Does it Mac do that? I don't think Mac does that. In Windows, listen, I like my Macs, but I do think Windows gets a lot of things right. And window snapping is one of those. Let's put these side by side. Oh, darn it. I made a mistake here. Hang on. If anyone knows if snapping actually exists on Mac, let me know. I don't see that it does. Oh, this is so frustrating. On Windows, it would be super easy to do this. Okay, let's take a look at the specs for both of them so we can compare. Where are the specs? Let me look it up from the Huion site instead of the store. It'll be a little easier. It's Canvas 16 Gen 3. There we go. And let's take a look at the specs for both of them. Okay. We'll do side by side. So take a look at this. For $50 more, you get greater resolution. Okay. Now, it's unclear how the glass is really different. The contrast ratio is the same. The brightness is the same. The response time of the the Canvas 16 Gen 3 is lower, which is better than the response time of this Pro V2. Okay, so far the Gen 3 model is winning. For $50 more, you get a much better tablet. Same color gamut. You get a better pen with the Pro 16 V2, because this pen has 3 buttons and an eraser, and I think this pen, it does not have an eraser for sure. I don't know if it's 2 or 3 buttons. The naming scheme, Drinkwater, welcome to the stream, is a little confusing, okay? 16,000 pressure levels, doesn't matter. Remember, ignore pressure levels. I don't want to hear anyone mention pressure levels ever again. They're awful. Sorry, I didn't mean that. I meant that the wrong way. It's not that they're awful. It is that it doesn't matter anymore. Pressure levels do not matter after 2000, okay? Same tilt, same hover height, sensing height, report rate's the same. Look at accuracy. The 16 Gen 3 center accuracy, 0.3 millimeters, plus or minus 2 millimeters in the corner. On the Pro 16 V2, it's 0.5 millimeters in the center and 3 millimeters in the corner. So it's less accurate, okay? They both have 6 programmable keys, but the 16 V3 has 2 dials, right? And then the 16 V2, the Pro 16 V2 has 1 touch strip, okay? Touch strip. So I think, and I would recommend people do not get this. I mean, if you get it, it's probably going to be fine. I probably will not get this tablet, the Pro 16 V2. I'm glad they have a tablet out there with another tablet with the Pentec 4.0. I am happy about that. I'm just not sure it makes sense to get this when this other one exists. Okay? I just don't. I'm curious what you all think about this. Let's see. Jerry says Windows snapping exists in default settings. Settings, desktop, dock, drag. Okay, let me just try this. Settings. Where is it? Desktop and dock. And then what is it called? Windows, drag Windows. It's checked. It's checked. But for some reason, oh, I see it. I think I just had to get much closer to the edge than I was trying to get. Okay, thank you, Jerry. There we go. It just, I have to be more precise than I expected. That was the problem. Thank you though. I retract any bad comments I made about macOS, okay? I retract those statements. Also, its appearance is a little less obvious. On Windows, there's like a menu on top, so you clearly understand something's about to happen. Let's see. Yeah, Kanto, the Pro 16 V2 has the same body as the older Pros. So it's not bad, it's just, it's not keeping with the new style. And you may or may not like the new style. So it's I'm not criticizing it for having the old body. But again, I just don't think it adds a lot of value. Again, for $50, you're getting I think a better tablet. And this goes to show you, which I need to do a video on this. Pro doesn't mean anything. You can't rely on Pro to mean better. You have to read the specs and talk to people about the differences and, listen to reviews. Just don't buy something because it says Pro. Let's see. I have a deep envy of artists who don't obsessively care about Wobble because they have all these options. Yes, me too. Once you dive into the tablet stuff, you notice so many little things. And I think one of my concerns with my own channel, by the way, is that I feel like I might be creating unnecessary paranoia. I'm a child of 2 doctors, and my parents would have a lot of medical magazines like Family Practice and the Journal of the AMA, and lots of, oh yeah, one of my favorites was called, God, what's that word? Oh, Dermis. Dermis. It's called Dermis. It's about skin diseases. Okay. Whatever you do, never look at a magazine of skin diseases. You'll not feel very good. Trust me. It'll just creep you out. But when you read these magazines and you read the symptoms for anything, you're like, oh, I have that. I have that. And you can develop a sense of paranoia about life. And the very similar thing happens with drawing tablets. You start reading all these things, you start looking for problems, and if you look hard enough, you will find problems in every tablet, and it might rob you of satisfaction, right? So it's hard. You want to give people good measurements and you want to measure things, but you don't want to get them, mentally messed up about fixating on small things. Procreate, right, Edinburgh 1000. Let's see. This must be the case of Apple using old bodies with a new M chip on it. Yeah, I think it's very similar. Why they chose to release it, I don't know. Maybe they just have a bunch of old bodies. There's like inventory they need to get rid of. And look, I'm super happy they had. I'm not saying it's a bad tablet. It's okay. It's great. I mean, I guess it will be, but I'm not going to get it because I just think it doesn't make sense to get for me. If someone came to me and said, "Should I get this tablet or that tablet?" The 16 Gen 3, I'd say get the 16 Gen 3. Speaking of operating systems, Mir uses a superior operating system called Linux. I have heard of that. Freakwater says, I was about to get Pro Oxygen, sick of its regular oxygen. Everyone's breathing. Are you sure it's not really better? It's not really better. Well, yeah. By the way, speaking, you know, I love naming. I love the naming of things. That was one of my favorite things to do at Microsoft is working when we had to pick names for things, features and products and services. I love doing it because it's such a fun discussion. And what's Apple called their devices? There's like Pro, what is it? Air, then Pro, and then Pro Max. Okay. Now, as things go, I love that ramp it's called a ramp, right? It ramps up from consumer to, I guess, from low to high, from not as, good to great. You don't want to say bad to good. You want to say good to great. And how do you, sorry, now I'm just ranting about naming. If you call something Pro, that means that the other thing is not Pro. And no one wants to be using, lots of people, believe it or not, don't want to be caught with a device. Like my mom's actually a good example. She's a doctor. I got her Microsoft Office one day. I got her the standard version. And she goes, why didn't you get me Pro? And I go, and I said, Pro has, Access database. You don't need access. You're not creating databases. And she goes, no, I want the Pro edition. And I go, why? She goes, well, I'm a professional. I'm a doctor. I don't want the non-Pro. What will people think of me if I have a non-Pro version of Office? So you got to name the thing that isn't Pro something that isn't insulting or negative. So Air is good because Air has a positive quality, right? It's like air. It's light. It's it has a very futuristic sort of sense to it. I like that. I like that a lot. Air and then Pro, and then what do they get? Pro Max, right? Because you can't get more professional, right? You can't get once you're a Pro, there's no other tier. You have Pro Max. That's excellent. Kanto says, I may have started sounding more snobbish about tablets recently. Okay. So what does XP Pen have? They just have standard tablet, then they have Pro, and now they have Ultra. That's good. That's good. But I like Air, Pro, and Pro Max. Oh, I made a joke on Twitter. So you know how there's pens that have high IAF, initial activation force, so you have to press harder to draw? I said, speaking of names, that those should be rebranded. Those pens, because the pen, IAF is an attribute of the pen. Those pens should be rebranded and tablets should be rebranded as sports tablets, intended only for really strong athletes, right? So as a product manager, you have to be able to spin things that aren't as good into something positive, right? Does that make sense? Would you like that? Imagine that we have sports tablets. Let's see. Off topic, but that's the main reasons why most relationships don't work out. They just look at the good things and get disappointed when there's even a little flaw. That is true. That is true. Oh, at least that is a factor. That is a very strong factor, I believe. Hera says, it could be a good alternative to Wacom 114. That's fair. That's a good comment, Hera. It costs, what was it again? $300, I believe. Let me take a look at the price. $400. The Wacom 114 is $300, which I'm finishing up my video. Hopefully, I'm recording my video on the Wacom 114 today. Could be an alternative, right? It could be an alternative, yeah. Let's see. Mir says, my brother has Redmi Pro Max Ultra. They have all three words. And the Redmi Pro is literally the same. It's just a few megapixels camera difference. Unbelievable. Pro Max Ultra Plus. Pro Turbo Premium. What would Microsoft name it? What would Microsoft name it? I love Microsoft. I absolutely love Microsoft. I love my time there. I owe so much of my life to Microsoft. But any Microsoft person will love making fun of Microsoft at the same time. What would if Microsoft made a drawing tablet? First of all, there would be, the consumer version would be called Core. Okay? Let's make up a Microsoft tablet name. Okay? Actually, let me get a OneNote here, because we're gonna have a little bit of fun. Let's get this. Okay. We're gonna have a little bit of fun. We're gonna name a tablet. In a joking way, in a fun, joking way. So if Microsoft made a drawing tablet, what would they call it? Okay, so first of all, we have the base name. We have to figure that out. Okay, and what would Microsoft call a tablet? They would call it something like tablet. Literally, that's what they would do, right? Base name suggestions. Okay, and what is the consumer version? What they would call that? They'd call that the Tablet Core. And we're gonna riff on this. And what would they call the Pro version? They'd call it Tablet Professional. Or more likely, they would call it, everyone knows what I'm about to write, right? The Tablet Copilot Plus. That's what they would call it. The Tablet Copilot. Like what? Stark Stefan, okay. This is the question about technology Apple Pencil uses. We don't exactly know. We know it's not EMR. We know that. We believe it is like AES, but tweaked in some way. And there may be other changes because they've added things now like, what do you call it? Barrel roll, right? Or barrel rotation, I call it. So it's proprietary to Apple, and they don't talk about it. They don't document it in a way we can see. So unfortunately, we don't have a lot of knowledge about it. Let's see. Mirror. There should be a sport where people try to play as low force as they. Yeah, that's interesting. I like that. Microsoft would add business or family. Business or family. Conte says Enterprise Edition. Oh yeah. You're right. So there would be like there'd be the Tablet Copilot, and there'd be Tablet Copilot Enterprise Edition. And there would be an Enterprise Edition. There would be, right? I'm not joking. You think I'm joking? I'm not joking. There absolutely would be an Enterprise Edition, right? Because the Enterprise Edition would work differently a little bit from the normal tablets. Because these would just be, what do you call it? These would be one-time purchases, okay? But the Enterprise Edition would be a subscription. I'm not joking. Like the tablet would be a one-time purchase, but to use the tablet and to get what they'd say, enhanced driver support, right? And kind of like customer extra. I call it extra customer support. And to get 16K pressure levels, right? That would all come. This would be like, these versions would have 8K pressure levels. Okay. And the Enterprise Edition would also unlock pressure curves. There wouldn't be pressure curves. Right? Like you went to the driver, you'd see a pressure curve in the one-time purchase on the Consumer and Pro, but it would say like, oh, you need to be part of Enterprise to unlock that. And there would be all sorts of features, by the way, that were Enterprise, like extra Enterprise features. There would be deployment features. You're probably wondering what the hell I'm talking about. You would be able, an IT admin would be able to go to some website and like deploy the drivers. I'm not joking. This is really what they would do. To deploy the drivers via Windows Update. And the IT manager could actually set your pressure curve. Could lock it or set it to something specific. That's what they would do. Oh yeah, of course, yes. It's got to have its own Copilot button. All of them have Copilot buttons, yes. What's the Copilot button do? Possibly it launches, let's say maybe launches a drawing assistant. We're gonna call it Nibby. Nibby. Remember Clippy? So Nibby is good. That I'm not sure if a Nibby would be the right. Nibby would appear, and he would say, "Hey, it looks like you're trying to draw a straight line. Do you need some help?" Okay. That's what you'd get out of here. Slate. Oh yeah, Slate would be an interesting name actually. Right. LTS, yeah, yes, that's right. LTS drivers, that's right. LTS drivers. Yeah, they'd support it for like at least a decade or something. Don't get me wrong, folks. If Microsoft made a drawing tablet, I would immediately, like if one of my friends in Microsoft, who I still keep in touch with quite a bit, if one of them said, hey, Seven, this team is working on a drawing tablet, immediately I'd be like, hey, I gotta get in that team. I gotta work on that. Don't get me wrong. I would, in a heartbeat, I would come back to work for this. Or if they said, we're going to really invest in Paint to make it much more capable or just improve the ability for drawing in Windows, I would be back there in a second. Absolutely. Looks like Nizio Martin is here. Thanks for joining us. We're just riffing. We're riffing. Nizio, the Surface Studio, the big one, was goated pen display. It's a shame that that's connected to. Yeah. You know, Surface Studio, let's look it up so everyone knows what we're talking about. I'm going to talk about it. Surface Studio. I think you're talking about this one, right? Yeah, I think you're talking about this one, Nizio/Martin. Not Nibby? You don't like that, Drinkwater? Let's see. Joinxfi. I'm sure the pen could have been better, but for the time it was all right. I had a chance to use it, and I'll share my opinion in a second. Haynem is here. Okay, hey, thanks for joining. The Huawei M Pencil Pro has a button where the eraser would be the default action to some of the AIs. Oh, interesting. So it's a thing, but it's configurable apparently. That's good. Mapping that button to launch a drawing app is much. Yeah, that is true. That is true. Surface Max Pro Ultra. It could happen. Let's see. Okay, so let's talk about this. I was very curious about this device, okay? And I actually wanted to get it, but I didn't. I did have a chance to use it though. So in Microsoft when we have companies visit us, like their CEO or their CTO, and lots of their EOs or C levels will visit us, heads of their IT department. They're like scheduled for a day. Let's say they're there multiple days, but let's just pretend for a second it's one day. Okay, so they fly in, and there's a big building in Microsoft called the EBC, and I think they're rebuilding it or changing it, but let's pretend that's the current state. EBC stands for Executive Briefing Center. Now it's a Microsoft building where you can, like, even as a Microsoft employee, you can get into the lobby, but they won't let you into the building proper unless you're scheduled to talk to one of these companies. Okay, so our team that works with these companies, they schedule them for all day. There's meetings like every hour, and each is called a session. They call them an EBC session, and it's these people are all dressed up, but we tend to just dress up like this. We just wear whatever the hell we want because we're Microsoft people. And in the EBC, as you're walking toward these rooms where you can meet, and there's tons of them because there's lots of companies visiting every day, they have all the latest tech on these long tables. And so I saw this Microsoft Surface Studio, and I tried it out, and I'll tell you, it's one of the best screens I ever saw. It looks, in practice, here's some photos here. It really is elegant, right? It's so easy to move this screen. Look how thin that screen is. Like, it's not like the Move Ink, but it's very thin. You'd be surprised how thin that is. And it's easy to rotate up and down. You can't rotate it left and right, but it'll come down. And so it actually acts as its own stand, right? So, and it comes with its pen, its Surface Pen. So they have these there. I tried it out. The screen was beautiful. The form factor was beautiful. Of course, it wasn't really expandable. And even back then, people didn't think this was enough because it was expensive for this much RAM. And you couldn't expand it at all. It was very difficult even to take apart. It's not self-serviceable. And the drawing experience, though, was the classic Surface experience where you get a lot of wobble, like all the time. So it was, and I don't know why this is, but whoever builds these devices never pay attention to Microsoft to that wobble. They're just like, they don't notice it. A reason I think they don't notice it is that they imagine an executive using it to like quickly mark it, like circle, here's the part I don't like in this presentation, or put a big X. No one's drawing on it. They talk about it like people are doing artistic things. No one is doing that. Okay. Now, don't get me wrong. I would have loved for this to have taken off. I honestly would, because if it had, then I think there would have been an investment in the qualities of the pen. Okay, I think they could have improved it. I know they can. If the Move Ink has proved us one thing, is that you can get a really thin device with a really good pen experience, right? With an EMR pen. Because that was one of the reasons Microsoft, in my understanding, went away from EMR and went to, what's the technology called, the company? N-Trig, right? Which is now the Microsoft Pen Protocol, which is like AES. And the reason stated, at least some people say, was that they couldn't make the screen because of the digitizer was taking up too much space, making the screen too thick. But that never made sense to me because the Move Ink is a perfect example. It's super thin. So if that's possible, why? And lots of laptops support touch. Here's another example. My Samsung Galaxy Book Pro 360. Its screen is super thin, not crazy thin, but super thin. It's much thinner than a drawing tablet, and it supports touch and it supports an EMR pen. So what's the deal, right? So it's possible, and that's why I really wanted this to take off. I just thought, wow, this would have unlocked a really better experience for people. Yeah, Kanto. You know what? I had a similar dream while I was working at Microsoft, but after I used it, I was like, man, that pen experience just turned me off. One more thing is they had this puck device on it, and let me see if I can find a picture of it so people can see. Microsoft Surface Studio Puck. Surface Dial, that's what they called it. $100. Yeah, here it is. Now, this thing is shown sitting on top of the Surface, but actually, this is how you used it. You put it on top of the Surface Studio, and it like did things, right? Now, here's what happens. This is the reality, okay? You see how you can put the screen up like this, like, you know, almost vertical? You can also bend it back so it's like this, okay? This is about the furthest back it can go, okay? And it's really good for drawing. I mean, just the shape, the angle. But if you put the dial there, like this, and this wasn't just one unit, I saw this all the time. The dial would just slowly, like literally it would move every second, it would move like a half a millimeter. So if you're working there for, 10 minutes, it would fall off. It would just slide right off the surface. It was the funniest thing. And I'm like, how did you not notice this? Right? Yeah, sure, it can be corrected by adding some felt or whatever on the bottom, but like, why? Who did that? I love the idea, but it made you think like, who's paying attention to this device? Because the videos all show it on the screen, and the screen is designed to do something with it, right? You're not supposed to you can put it on the desk, but it was just so bizarre. Let's see, Drinkwater says, silly idea, how about Microsoft laptop with larger trackpad? And the trackpad doubles, yeah, there you go. That's a good idea. Why don't we do that? Microsoft, when it was trying to out-innovate Apple. Yeah, that was a time when I think we saw the designs in Apple and were jealous, right? Seriously jealous. And, sometimes you need apples around to inspire you. Oh, so Konto brings us a good comment here. I hope someone replicates that stand for a pen display. Now, one of the biggest pieces of feedback, and I wasn't in the Surface team, but I can say that what I heard people say about it, internally and externally, I can't say it's universal, but a lot of people that I interacted with, let me get my face back on here. A lot of people that I interacted with, and a lot of people that why is it not changing? Okay, there we go. A lot of people were saying, hey, they didn't care for the computer part. They just wanted the screen. And they wanted the screen with that stand because it was really good. Like, I wanted it too. The screen was beautiful. Yeah, it was a terrible oversight because it just, again, when you see things like that, you have to ask yourself, how come no one notices? Right? And, maybe it's a thing that happened like as they were designing it, they got to the end and like manufacturing issues or whoever, whatever. But it was real disappointment because again, because when I saw the wobble and that thing sliding, I thought someone's not paying attention. Someone is not paying attention, right? And I love Microsoft, but these things happen, and I think it's just weird. It's just weird because that was a flagship device, and the idea was they wanted. It's like how is something pitched, right? Some things are pitched where your mom and dad are going to use it, or your kids are going to use it. But the Surface Studio was pitched as this is the computer that executives will want on their desk, right? And they're going to be looking at their business results and charts. And like the concept, it really was not intended for artists, even though they showed people drawing on it. It was pitched as like, I don't know, at the time I remember it's much more expensive, actually, more like $4,000, $5,000 as the ultimate executive device. Elegant. Any executive would be like, love to have it on their desk to just show that they are an executive, right? The built-in kickscan detached keyboard was something that I saw first on Surface Pro before they became accessories for. Oh, I didn't know that, Halim. I have purchased almost every Surface like in existence. There's a few I don't have, but like I've used them all. I even have the original ARM one, which is terrible. I couldn't even make the original Surface, the ARM Surface. It even made a poor alarm clock or radio. It was off for music. It's awful. Okay, let me see if there's any other notes I wanted to get into. So, oh yeah, there's a couple of optional branding elements for a Microsoft tablet, I would say. So we already talked about Copilot, right? There's also potentially got to be a .NET, right? Everyone can see what I'm talking about. There's got to be a Copilot or .NET involved. That's a classic Microsoft thing, right? Express, that's another way of saying consumer, for consumer, right? Let's go, 365. That's another classic Microsoftism. 365. But now it looks like they're replacing 365 with Copilot or something. I don't know. Did I ever try to get them to fix their pens while working at Microsoft? I didn't because I didn't use it. And I did contact what you would call the Windows, or I tried to contact the Windows Ink team once. I did contact them, and I said, you know how Windows Ink is messed up in Windows and messes up with your tablets. I gave them some feedback about it, and that team just wasn't paying attention. The person who was the official owner of it, he just was ignoring my emails. I actually even emailed his manager. I said, hey, I'm not getting any feedback from this person. Can you just help me out here? Because this is a problem. She did reply, thankfully, and said she'd look into it, but they just lost track of the issue. Eventually it was solved, but I didn't get the feeling that there was really, maybe they were just overworked, right? They just didn't seem very responsive at the time. But at least they finally did solve the issue, so they were paying attention to it. This is when we saw Wacom finally add that Windows Ink checkbox, and that kind of just solved the problem. Hayden says, everyone back then already predicted that in a few years Apple would make the same thing. Yeah, I seem to remember thinking that, but they haven't, right? They have their, what is it? They don't have anything with a display that moves like that. There were memes, comics. Sure enough, it came true with the first iPad Pro and its keyboard cover. Interesting. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, let's just find out Microsoft. I got a ton of names for Microsoft products. Oh, for business instead of enterprise. That's another thing. That's a classic Microsoftism. For business. All product. Let's take a look. Defender. Yeah, that's so instead of tablet, they might call it the drawer. That's something they would theoretically do. Or they might call it the Microsoft Stroke. That's a bad name. Like a pen stroke. Okay, let's see what else they got here. One pen. No, they wouldn't call it one pen. Power something. They might do that. Power draw. They would call it that. Sure. Yeah. These are just some crazy. This is how it would work. Kanto says there were even Lenovo Yoga tablets with detachable. Oh, I didn't know that. So yeah, I think we would get something like a Microsoft tablet for yeah, I think this is what we'd end up with. We'd end up with Microsoft tablet for consumers and Microsoft tablet we might call the middle one Pro, Tablet Pro, right? And it would just be larger, honestly. That would be the primary difference, Tablet Pro. And then there would then be Tablet Copilot for Enterprise instead of Enterprise Edition. That would probably be the three things. The Microsoft Stroker. Again, we're talking about drawing strokes, so everyone understands what we're not having a stroke or anything else. Oh, you're right, Hainam. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Microsoft was encouraging people to make their own devices like that. And the theory they said, and I wasn't close to the Surface team, was that, we're going to show them how to do it right, how to get the right experience. And to be fair, I actually loved all the Surfaces, and I love the Surface laptop. I didn't like the Surface. What was the one with that weird? Was it Studio? Oh no, Book, Surface Book. I didn't like that one. It was just weird. It was just weird. It had a weird. It had a weird hinge, and the screen could detach and become its own computer. It was like, what? And sometimes the screen wouldn't detach, like it would be locked, or you couldn't attach it back. Let me show you what I'm talking about so everyone sees, because it can be confusing to talk about this without seeing it. Let's see, Surface Book. Some people loved it though. Surface Book, here we go. Let's find some images here. Okay, you see right here, you can see the screen detach, right? Okay, so you could, so there was like a GPU in here and a processor. Oh, sorry, there was some extra stuff inside the keyboard, but the screen itself had, I think, the processor, right? So you could detach the screen and use it like an iPad, okay? And then if you wanted more power and you wanted a GPU, you put it back on the keyboard. But there was a real locking mechanism. Like it would, like the locking mechanism was to some degree, I believe, software controlled. Like it would sometimes forbid you from unlocking it. And so that could be frustrating. You didn't know why it was doing that, right? And let's see if we can find that hinge, because the hinge is just weird. Surface Book. Yeah. Here it is. This is a great picture of it. So this is how it worked. Let's see if we can look at this. Now the other thing is it didn't close all the way. Like if you shut it down as much as you could, yes, the end toward the part of the keyboard that touches you would touch the screen, but it was like a gap toward the hinge. So it was like another weird aspect of it. And sometimes people said like the skin of their hand, their finger, got caught in, like, okay, imagine holding a laptop like this, okay? And you're just doing what I'm doing with my hand here. Watch this, right? You're just doing like, look where my hand is. So the hinge is right here on the Surface Book, and you see how the things they're closing. Your skin could get caught in there, and some people would experience some pain. Right? Yeah, that's right, Concha. The keyboard had extra battery. So again, yeah, hey, Nam, you've got it. The Surface Book was cool, but impractical, right? And not many people at Microsoft had it. Most of us used Surface laptops. The vast majority of people at Microsoft, at the time, I think it's probably still true, we've gone through different phases of what, here, let me put my face back on. We've gone through different phases of the computers you have. So basically, you can get whatever you want, but they prefer you to order some standardized computers, okay? So typically, that will be like a Dell desktop, like a tower, if you want to get that. Or you can get a Surface laptop or a Surface Pro. Most people just get the laptop. Or what was the other device you might get? Or a Dell laptop, or a Lenovo laptop. I used to say back in the day that if you were running software and it was Microsoft software, you should just get a Dell, because most of the computers Microsoft employees were using were Dells. So I was like, everyone's running one, so it's most probable just get one of the models we get, because we're running it all the time. We're testing on it. Okay, probably that's not true as much anymore, except you should get a Surface, because that should, in theory, give you a better experience than other random computers. Let's see. Drinkwater says, I am thinking instead of bending displays, what about having two separate displays that align perfectly, and when you open it, I wonder if that's possible with enough so that it doesn't have any gap. Drinkwater. There's got to be some gap to hold the LCD, so I'm not sure we'd ever be able to get a perfect. I'm thinking someone, if there's an example that I'd like to see. Reminds me of those 1,000 videos of people sticking cucumbers in. Yeah, exactly. It happened to me one time, and it hurt. It was not pleasant. I'll say that. I mean, it wasn't the end of the world. It wasn't like I had to go to the emergency room, but it did hurt. It stung. Okay, let me just check if there are any other things I want to just mention. Yeah, I think we covered all the topics. So I'll hang out for a while if people want to chat about anything or have a question and answer. Maybe I'll take a look at the Reddit and see what is up. Let's see. Just a little bit of a chill out. Let's see. Wait till they put names like the... no, that's an old comment. I got the Dell Vrosto, and it survived through Windows 7. All the way to Windows 11. Okay, interesting. I don't remember that model at all, honestly. I'm trying to think of it. I just do not remember it. Oh, okay. So we're going to just do a little bit of Reddit, looking at some posts. Sometimes I like to do this just to see if anything interesting is going on. Kanto says, not now, but I'd love for you to check out Sidecar for latency and accuracy some other time. Sidecar. Oh, yeah, I know it's Sidecar. Yeah, I'll check it out. I think I've tried it one time, but I can't remember what my experience was like. Oh, there are some interesting things here. Here's one of them. It says economical tip to protect your tablet without screen, meaning a pen tablet. So this person says, over time my tablet became scratched. Transparent self-adhesive liner for school books or notebooks. It's pretty cheap and thin. Okay. Wow, it's an interesting idea. So there's another photo here. Transparent self-adhesive liner for school books and notebooks. I will try this out. Let me put this in my show notes. Copy. I'll put a follow-up section. Okay, I am gonna get some water and use the restroom, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. So just hang on, and we'll do a little bit of a hangout. Okay, sorry for the delay. I'm back, and we can continue our... Let me just take a look at the chats now that I'm back. Haynum says the same kind of sticker you use for cars, so they're easily removable without leaving a residue. I can get small pieces of mica here. We'll test it someday. Oh yeah, please do. Please do. I would love to see the results. Drinkwater. Haynum says matte vinyl sticker. Steffi says, I just taped a paper on mine. Yes, some people do that. Yes, in fact, that's one of the things. I'll run it through with you now. Let me just take a quick screenshot of some of these comments because I don't want to forget these. Or this, what is it called? Paper and matte vinyl sticker copy text. I'll put that up there. Okay. So I want to do a video on a very common question I get. I'll get back to the Reddit, but I wanted to just throw this idea past you. One of the most common questions I get is, they're very related. There are a couple of questions. One is, what tablet feels like paper to draw on? A related question is, how can I buy something to give my tablet a paper feel? And I've thought about how to answer this question because I was just looking at Stephanie's answer. And I would put it to you this way. Number one, no drawing tablet, none of them feel like paper. That's just the starting point of the discussion, okay? You cannot buy a drawing tablet that feels like paper, okay? Vostro346, okay, thank you, Mir, for clarifying. Now that we've said that, let's see what we can do. Because you can't buy one that feels like it, but can we modify one? Let's talk first about pen tablets versus pen displays. So anything with glass versus, non-glass. So pen tablets have a display and pen tablets do not, and they're just plastic. What we generally tend to see is that pen tablets have more texture than pen displays. And the reason's pretty simple. If you texture the surface on a pen display, it can start blurring things out or distort the image. So there's an upper bound to how much texture you can place on a pen display. Okay, and you can probably buy different surface protectors, let's say from Photodon. However, I have tried Paperlike. I've tried some other ones. None of them feel like paper. Do they add a little bit of extra texture? Yes. You can turn, like the iPad screen is very slip and slide. You can put the pen there and it'll just be sort of just sliding right under you. But a surface protector will add enough so it doesn't slide. It'll be just a little more grip. But there's never been a surface protector, a matte film you can add that gives it a lot of grip. I've never seen it. Though if someone here has had one that you felt had a lot of grip, share it with me. So that's pen displays. There's really just like an upper bound on how much texture. So it'll never feel like paper, ever. On pen tablets, there are two sort of directions you can go. Number one, some pen tablets have a lot of texture. You all remember the Intuos Pro 2017 models were known to have a lot of texture. Like depending on how you drew, they could just eat through your nibs in like an hour. Some people, to get a texture feeling, you can actually put a piece of paper, as Stephanie has just pointed out, you can tape a piece of paper on top of your tablet. Some people do that, and it works for them. And so that is absolutely a possibility. And I think, Stephanie even says, I use it with a felt nib. So that's a good point. Let me copy that text and paste that, because that's actually a good detail. You can use it with a felt nib. So then not only is the paper adding texture, the felt nib is adding even more texture. So that might work for you, right? Stephanie, I'm not sure. So if you can tell us, do you find that the paper tears? Do you find that the paper wears through? How often do you have to replace it? And I'm curious if you notice things like that. Or do you feel like, does it wear through the nib, which I expect it would since there's more friction? And then if you're not going to use literal paper, Again, you can put screen protectors on them, but the screen protectors don't have a lot of texture. A paper-like screen protector on top of, let's say, Intuos Pro will not give you more texture. It'll actually have less, right? Let's see, Mir has, I actually prefer digital drawing in general, unlimited papers, no more running out of ink or graphite, access to color, blue not, it's actually, I believe it. That is a benefit for digital Mir. Nothing is consumable, except maybe nibs is probably the only thing. And some people go, I mean, I've had nibs last a decade, right? And I've had some nibs where I'm doing something specific and I've worn through it in like, a couple of hours. Let's see, paper's gonna get ripped. I tried it, it ripped in a short period. I had the same experience actually, Mir. I tried it one time and it kind of ripped, or you could tell it was wearing through. So that's why I'm so curious if Stephani's had a different experience, right? So that would be my feedback. Like the only way you're gonna get a paper texture on a tablet is to tape a piece of paper on your tablet. But other than that, you'll either get a little bit of texture, maybe a bit more, depending on the kind of tablet. And if it's a screen, you don't get that much texture. That's just the way it is. So that's a video I want to do because it's such a common question that comes up. Maybe I'll try recording that today. Let's see, I like to wear out one side of the nib and then try drawing exclusively on that side. That's interesting. I never heard that, Jerry. That's actually really, copy, let me copy that text. I'm gonna paste it into the OneNote. Oops, let me copy the text again. Copy, paste. Oh, let's see. I keep pasting this thing in the wrong place. Okay. How often should I change my nibs? I change mine after 2 months. I think you don't need to worry about time, Mir. You just need to worry about how much the nib is worn. I actually have a little bit of a guide on this, which might help. Let me show it to you. It's in my document site, of course. And we can take a look at it. Nib wear. Let me project it. So this is my document. I'm going to put it in chat. Okay, so Mir, I'd say the key thing is not time, but what the shape of your nib. Basically, you want to remove your nib when it's getting worn and like you don't have much grip on it. Like you need a little bit of this to be there. Otherwise, you can't pull this nib out easily when it's down here, right? You want it, you got to catch it right about here, okay? For some people, the nibs will literally stay in this perfect shape for years, or they might get to here. That's true for me most of the time. But when I'm doing, I don't have a pen with me, but maybe this is not a good idea, but I have the scissors. And if I'm like doing this, like you're coloring in an area like this, that'll eat through a nib pretty fast. Like you're shading in an area, and especially if it's an Intuos Pro, which has a lot of texture, you want to be cognizant of it. Doesn't sound like you're eating through them very fast though. But yeah, you don't need to worry about the first two. Just keep that as replacing. But as you get to this shape, you want to get it out. Edinburgh says, has anyone tried Japanese paper cover brand Belmont? I haven't. The common thing I've heard online is people seem to really not like a paper-like, but prefer Belmont. I mean, almost every time that's come up, I've heard people say that, but I've never tried it myself. It's not a felt nib. Are felt nibs more soft? Because I heard felt nib will put less pressure on the tablet and won't need to worry about sharp edges when it wears out. I don't know if that's true, Mir. For felt nibs are a little more soft. I think that's correct. But I think the amount of pressure is the same, but felt nibs do wear out a bit faster, right? I'm not sure about the sharp edges comment. I can see the logic, I'm not sure about it. I'm not sure. I could believe it though. You're talking about swapping nibs, Mir, even if they don't need to be swapped. If you like doing that, that's fine. I mean, like, I myself don't see the need, right? Let's see. Jerry says, can confirm. Used to have paper-like anti-glare on my Cintiq. Nibs were wearing out fast. Yeah, that's. And let me ask you a question, Jerry. Did you feel like the paper-like had more texture than your Cintiq screen or not? That's what I'm curious about. It sounds like the answer would be yes, since you say you haven't removed, since you removed the paper-like, you haven't changed the nib in literal months. Okay. Let's see. Drinkwater says, I don't use the pen button, so I take this as an opportunity to have a pen rotating habit after a couple of strokes. That's interesting. That's interesting. So Drinkwater, it sounds like you disable the buttons, I'm guessing, right? So it doesn't accidentally press. So you take care to rotate so that it evens out the pen. Some people do that. That's absolutely. I'm gonna actually copy that comment because I'll add it to my document. That's actually a good. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. I'm going to actually copy Mir's comment. That's actually a good one because these are like, I know sometimes it can seem like these are, how can I say this? These are the real questions and things people do. So I like to capture that and make sure I document that because these comments we're getting here from Mir and Jerry and Drinkwater, if you're new to tablets, you'd never know these things and you'd probably be a while before you encountered someone who had these experiences. So that's one thing I like to do is see what people actually do and capture that in my documents so that you'll get a sense what actually happens, right? What's the reality of using a drawing tablet? Edinburgh says, rotating the pen is normal in illustration for people who draw with Prismacolor and artist pens like that. That's a great detail. I like that detail. I'm going to add that to my document too, Edinburgh. Let's see. Oh, Mir, yes. 7, I started giving speeches in my class. Unfortunately, I'm not good at communicating. I heard you'll start teaching people how to communicate well. Yeah. I'm planning on starting a new channel in November or late October, which is about communicating, writing, talking, presenting, using data and charts and graphs and all sorts of situations you get into when you're even one-on-one talking. So what I need from everyone is suggestions for the name of the channel. Now, I go by 7 Pens here. I don't want to have a different name over there. So I need a channel name which both is rememberable, makes it clear I'm about communication in multiple ways, and I can link it back to my online name, 7. Okay? So if you have ideas, share them, please, because I would really love to do that. I have a list of topics I want to talk about, and I had some examples. I actually talked to AI, and we went through different options. It wasn't that big a help. 7 Talks is a good one. We actually the AI did not actually suggest that. So let me just that, right? I write a lot of documents, which I call my notes. So I actually talk about 7 Notes, but 7 Notes sounds like a music channel. So I did want to do that, right? So yeah, if you have ideas, let me know, right? I really want to do it. And what I want to do is actually going to be, again, it's going to be different. My focus is going to be on a lot of anecdotes, where I share what happened, and I'll share, what that means for communication, right? And because I worked at Microsoft for 28 years, some of my stories will actually be things that happened at Microsoft. In fact, I have 2 Bill Gates stories. These weren't personal stories, but these are things that I was told actually happened. And they're kind of really interesting. And other things, right? 7 speech? And we can mix it. It doesn't have to be the same 7 pens, right? It could be like, maybe Note 7 or Note 7. So you got to play with it. So give me some ideas. Give me some, or Talk 7. See, because we got to, right? But I want to have 7 in there because it'll help me have the same identity across the same channel. Let's see, Stephley says, I actually used the Intuos Pro 2017, but after 3 months of use, it was too slippery. Really? You found it slippery? Did you wear down the surface texture, Stephley? Is that what happened? Let's see, Sean says, I have a question for you. I'm sorry I couldn't find your reviews. Does the new Intuos Pro have a better surface than 2017? Studio 7. Oh, I love your suggestions. I'm writing all these down, by the way. Studio 7, and we'll get, I love it. 7 lines. Okay. Note 7 sounds like the Samsung Note 7. Oh, good one. I'll note that down. Sounds like, and then we'll answer this question. Samsung Note 7. Okay. Now let's deal with Sean's question. Actually, before we get to Sean's question, let's just look at Steph Lee's comment. The paper solved this problem perfectly. The only point I want to make is that I taped over the entire surface, so there's no air gap. Got it. Okay, so let's deal with Sean's question, which is about the Intuos Pro 2017. When I give these answers, I like to have a document in front of me, Sean, so we're going to bring up the review or my notes on it so that I can refresh myself and be consistent with what I said earlier. So you're talking about the 2025 version versus the 2017 version. So I do talk about this topic. So let's get there. Okay. So I believe I have it here under surface texture somewhere. If not, I'll just add it. Here we go. Yeah, so here's my comparison, right? So comparing the 2025 to the Intuos Pro 2017, the 2025 has a little less texture. Definitely. I think it's very clear, right? And I think it's a good thing. 2017 just had a lot of texture, right? And the other thing I noticed, though I cannot explain it in a material sense, like I don't know why I feel this way, but if you press down with the pen, even though it's hard, the surface is hard, it's not like rubbery, it kind of feels softer to the pen, right? And in the 2 weeks, as it says in the notes, that I use the 2025, textures will erode because they're subject to friction with the pen nib. I didn't notice much erosion at all, right? Or not much. With the 2017, you tend to notice that, right? So we think we expect that it'll wear down the nibs less. I don't wear down my nibs fast at all, so for me, it's sort of the same result. But I expected to wear down the nibs. Wacom actually said that. Okay, they actually said that. 6.7. That's a lot of sibilants, a lot of S sounds. 6.7. But let me write that down though, because even if something, every suggestion gives me an idea. Where was my writing down? Okay. The other thing I noticed is because the textures, so one more thing, if you touch it with your hand, it feels warmer, if that makes any sense. So something is different about the material, and I like it. I do prefer it, for sure. I do prefer it. Let me make sure I answered your question though, Sean. So I would call it a better surface on the 2025 than the 2027. 2 more comments here about the noise. So on the 2017, when you're drawing, you can hear it. And that's true for a lot of tablets. You can just hear the pen. I don't like, and some tablets are actually scratchy. This is not scratchy. Neither one of them are. But the 2017 is definitely louder than the 2025. And the 2025 is definitely not scratchy, right? You do hear it, but it's a more gentle sound. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah, feel free to ask questions. I will find answers. 7 letters. That's a good one. And I'm really liking both the combination of 7 first and 7 second. 7 cents. 7 cents. What is the Japanese word for like teacher? Doesn't it have like a 6, 7 to Gen Alpha? I didn't know that. Let me copy that so I know. That way I can be 7 everywhere. Sensei. Sensei? Sensei? I think it's sensei. Well, I don't want to add cultural components just for the hell of it, but that might be interesting to mix that up a little bit. Because when I heard 7 cents, I was like, oh, doesn't that remind me of a Japanese word? Sensei. Let's see. In Canada, Sean says in Canada the Amazon hasn't had the 2025 model in stock since Jewel. Really? Yeah, I think you should wait, honestly, Sean, because even though look, the 2017 is a fantastic tablet. There's no doubt about that. But I do think the 2025 is better for a number of reasons, right? First of all, it supports using these, not only the Pro pens, you can use these UD EMR pens, which aren't as good, but they're great backups, right? You actually get more tablet surface area on the new models, right? The surface is better, I think, right? So some people do prefer the 2017 model. I can understand why, but I think I would give the edge to the 2025 version for sure. Drink water. What is that? Is that word? Let me copy the text. What does that mean? Is that the same word? It's Sebsai. Hanem. I like that. Panerai. Is there a Japanese meme, or I shouldn't say Japanese meme, is there a meme about something like notice me senpai? What does that mean? I hope it doesn't mean anything bad. I don't know Japanese, and I'm not sure sometimes if the things I read are naughty things or not. I don't read Japanese. I'm just saying, you encounter memes, and if you don't have a reference, it can be hard to know what that means or if it has a negative connotation. You want to? I'll give you an example actually of something I would. This is actually related. I'll give you an example of something I would. I will actually do on one of my videos for this channel, for this new channel. So, it's one of my things. I'm famous for this in Microsoft. Okay. That was in hiragana script. It said, okay, got it. Thank you. One of the famous statements I make in Microsoft all the time. Like everyone who's ever worked for me will remember that I say this almost every day, and that is words mean things. Words mean things. And there's so many times you'd be surprised that a word you say at work, so this isn't like a naughty word, has a very different interpretation. And you can get in real trouble. I don't mean like HR trouble. I mean like you might say a word and the other person has an interpretation of it that is vastly different. But they think you mean their version. And so you're arguing about something, even though you're saying the same word, it's two different things. And sometimes you don't know how words are gonna hit. So as a great example, one time I was working on an application that let you share your screen and other people, it's almost like what we do in Discord. Like I share my screen and people can put things and they can send me documents and what can we do? We're working together like on a presentation, okay? And this is much older than like Google Docs. So this is a relatively new idea at the time, or new concept. And when we were talking, a bunch of us, we were all American. That's actually important here. We were saying, well, we're working together. And you know what the word is for working together? Collaborate. You collaborate. So if you're collaborating, who are the people you're working with? Your collaborators. You're collaborating, right? And in American English, you can say that it has no negative connotation, okay? We're collaborating. And so we'd say in all our documentation, like, well, the collaborator joins the meeting and this collaborator, and we'd say that. And then this guy from France, and I was so happy he did this. He said, I know what you're saying, but I gotta tell you, in France, collaborator has a very different connotation, a very historically negative connotation. You might not want to use that word, okay? And I think all of you know why I say that, because during World War II, I believe, this is what I understand, some people in France sort of supported the enemy and assisted them. And those people were called collaborators, right? They're collaborating, working with the enemy. So it has a very negative connotation for some people. So that's just an example of, you have to really think of, even words that you think are innocent have a very different meaning. So that's just an example I wanted to show. Okay, let's see. Stephanie says the newer Intuos Pro are 16:9, so they offer no. That's true, but I still recommend hitting force proportions because they can. I think they're a little off, just slightly off. If you do the math, it could be because the numbers Wacom gives are a little off. Remember, turning force proportions on has no negative consequence, and if it is 16:9, then nothing will happen. So turn force proportions. Like rubber in US and UK. That's right. My mom, she's Indian, obviously. Or maybe you all didn't know that. But she said rubber was her like an eraser for a pencil. And I'm like, that's not what it means in the United States, Mom. That's not what it means in the United States. Yeah, that's right, Konto. It's like a co-conspirator, right? It's very negative. No, I'm not sure. I mean, that's a World War II thing, but I think that the sense of that word it still exists, right? So I wouldn't say it. In my country, they're called King's people. Oh, I wouldn't have guessed that. That sounds like a good name. I noticed that your hand gestures are above your waist. Can hand gestures change anything? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It's a delicate balance. Some people just never use their hands. I think it is good to use your hands. You have to emote a little bit, okay? But you don't want to be like, like this all the time. But I do use hand gestures a lot. And I try to keep my hands in camera. Otherwise, normally my hands are actually a little lower and you wouldn't see them. So I try to raise them up a little bit so that you can see. And that's another thing. It's actually important you show emotion sometimes. And this is an example. So I know we're going a little bit off topic, but I watch a lot of videos on YouTube, like basically everyone. And I watch a lot of videos about how people communicate. And I don't watch communication videos. I watch, how can I say this? I watch videos that talk about something that happened that maybe was an event that could have been a disaster or it went well or something, and where they focus on the communication. And there was one that had to deal with Afghanistan. And it actually had to deal with British soldiers working with the United States military and the ANA, the Afghan National Army, to fight the Taliban. I know, not a fun topic, but long and short, there are 4 British soldiers in their special forces that are sort of pinned down by 100 Taliban. And they are running out of ammunition, and they can't lift their heads up because their RPGs and people are just shooting at them. And how they haven't been killed already is, a story. But there are 2 Apache helicopters, I believe, from the United States, loitering in the area. Okay, and this story is about emotion, actually, so I'll try to get to it quick. One of the leader of the 4 men is this Captain, Captain Joe, I'll say. And I don't speak Hindi, Mir. I only speak English, actually. The leader of the 4 guys is actually very well liked, and everyone loves him. And he's known as being unflappable, meaning he doesn't get upset, and he's cool. And even in the middle of this fight, he's cool. And the 2 helicopter pilots, look, they've been told 4 guys are about to be overrun by 100 Taliban. They're being under attack, heavy attack. Like, the situation is critical. You gotta go fly over there some miles and save them. The 2 pilots are headed that way, and they start talking to the guys there, and of course the leader guy, Captain Joe, is talking, and they start talking to him, and Captain Joe is cool as a cucumber. I believe they literally ask him, like, can we help you? You got a problem? He says, I'm trying to actually quote the guy. He says, "Oh, we're having a spot of trouble here." That's literally what he says. He's something like, "We're having just a spot of trouble here." And then the guys are like, "Well, he doesn't seem, nothing's happening." Because this guy is just very calm and cool. And they're like flying back away. And they're like, it's, or something. And they're like, something's odd here. We keep getting told these guys are about to be overrun, but we just talked to them, and we've talked to everyone in the area, and everyone's calm. And then they thought about it, and they think, like, you know what? Captain Joe is a very calm guy. He's just very calm about everything. And so they call back to him, and they say, "Hey, are you sure you're okay? Like, don't you have 100 people chasing after you?" And he's like, "Yes, I do. Can you help me?" But the point is that because he was so calm, people couldn't understand the situation. So I know it's a really long story, but it really inspired me, because sometimes people need to understand what's going on. And one of the tools you have, because Mira was asking about my hands, is you have to show some emotion. And my hands are part of that, right? And if I smile, it's part of that. And my posture is part of that. And you have to be communicating to get the effect you want. So sometimes you have to show a little bit of frustration. You have to take the temperature up. And sometimes you have to see the room is too much temperature, and you have to act calm and measured to take it down. Otherwise, people can also get too excited, too worried, right? And that's one of the skills about being a product manager. You have to be able to see a room of people and a situation and know whether you want to bring energy into it or calm it down with your demeanor. And there are different strategies and approaches for doing that. So, for example, if you want to calm it down, you'd speak quieter, and you'd speak with a slower, maybe a more measured tone, and maybe just more neutral in how you talk, right? Like I'm doing right now. So anyway, I just wanted to share that with you, because that's because that's kind of a tool. That's the kind of thing I want to do in the new channel. So that's why I spent some time talking about here. I could never have guessed 7 is part. Yeah, I was born in Hyderabad. I know I'm mispronouncing it. I know. You have to remember, I grew up in the United States since I was 4, so essentially I'm not very Indian. Let me just say that for sure. I'm more West Virginian than anything else. Or I guess now you could say I'm a West Coast, Seattleite. Okay. Panicking would make things more messy. So you would, I'll tell you this, at Microsoft, so many times when someone who works for me often, there's an emergency situation, and they will come into my office, and they are just like, they're not angry. They're just like scared, and they're like, "Oh my God, something bad's happening." And my first reaction is always to be calm myself. Like, hey, not to feed into it. Otherwise, you can get them very upset, right? 7 gestures. Oh, that's actually I'm liking that. Let me write that down. 7 gestures. So the good thing about 7 is we can, again, we can reverse it. We can say gesture 7 or something 7. We can use 7th as like an ordinal number, right? All sorts of things. Okay, let's get back to, I was going back to Reddit here. We'll go off my topic of communication, unless you want to talk about it. So I wrote this down. This is actually a good one. Let's take a look what else is going on here. Here, I'll show you the camera. I was always interested in the Virginian accent. It sounds similar to Texas. I'm not good with accents. Like basically, even now, after all these years, I know when somebody has a Southern accent, but I can't distinguish the Southern accents. And I know in the United States, for me, either someone has a Boston accent, a Southern accent, or they don't have an accent. 7, 8, 9. Oh gosh, Caleb, come on, coming at me with that. Wow. Let's see. Somebody actually has a question here. I had to buy a new pen. Oh, it's not for me. He's replying to somebody else. Communicate with 7. I like that. Let me copy that. Yeah, I should have it up in November, but it could be earlier. We'll just have to see. I think it was never my intention to have a second channel, but I enjoy being on stream talking with you all so much, and it's nice to have something else to do that isn't necessarily tablet related or digital art related. And of course, being on camera with you has helped me become more comfortable being on camera. I'm actually, sorry, I should rephrase that. I'm actually very comfortable on camera. I don't mind it at all. I like speaking in front of large audiences. In fact, I prefer to have about 200 people at least in front of me, though I've had larger audience and of course smaller ones. Mir says, my accent is a mix between Singaporean and American. I found many scenarios where my Singaporean accent slips and people are like, interesting. What was I going to say? But yeah, I think communication is going to be a fun topic. Oh yes, Rain. Thank you. I totally forgot about that. Yes, I did. I wanted to show you. So normally when I talk to you all about pressure curves, I have a curve that goes like this, or it's straight. And I usually tell people, look, you don't need weird pressure curves, right? And what was really funny is we actually found a really weird pressure curve. Let me find it. I'm going to find the original message on the Discord. Let's see. I think if I just paste it in, it'll take me to the right place. Control. There we go. Okay, so we saw this video, right? Take a look at this pressure curve. And I'm like, and there's also a tilt curve. I have never talked about tilt curves, but we'll in a separate video we'll deal with them. But I tried to replicate it, so I did this in Krita. So this pressure curve is weird. I think can we all agree it's weird? Can we all agree? Yeah, Kanto, it is the opposite of stage fear. I have absolutely no fear in front of getting in front of an audience. In fact, one of the things I loved in Microsoft was there's occasions where sometimes I have to speak in front of like CEOs or executives from other companies, or even our own executives, or a big crowd. But basically, they just tell me 5 minutes before, and then I just have to get in front of them and talk. And most people, I think, don't like that because they want to be prepared. I mean, I'd like to be prepared too, but they just want to be scripted, and they're just nervous. They're very nervous when they're told. Imagine someone walked into you right now and said, in 5 minutes you need to speak in front of, the President of the United States or something. You might be a little panicked by that. For me, I love it. I love going in cold and just figuring it out on the spot. Amir says, being in the tablet community made me feel like somebody I've always liked, and many people tell me social things, they don't match my interests. Got it. Yeah. Tablet thing has become social for me as well. I mean, I think you can see that from that Discord. Okay, back to the pressure curve. So it starts up, first of all, it doesn't go from bottom to lower left to upper right. It starts from the upper left, goes down, then goes up, then down again, then back up. So that's weird. Okay, and we're just gonna ignore tilt, okay? Because I'm not really, I think I know how to interpret it, but I'm not sure. So this means that for the first part of the pen, your stroke will be really thick. It'll get a little thinner, and it'll have a bump, and yeah, it's a W curve. And I have never seen this, but some people loved this brush. I tried it out, and it was okay. I mean, I didn't feel like it was especially cool. I probably would not use a brush like this. I would probably just, because again, the beginning and ends will be thick. See, when you make a stroke, you start with light pressure at the beginning and end. So the ends will be thicker than the middle, but the middle will have a bump. So it's weird. I myself didn't think it was super interesting, but I could see why people liked it. The actual way the stroke looked, even though the curve was unsurprising. Let's see, Mir says, I am working on a project where I'll be converting CSP brushes to Krita. I struggled so much with tilt pressure sensing. I stopped adding tilt to the brushes. Yeah, I gotta think about this because I'm looking for a mental model that would help me explain to somebody what this actually does, right? And even though I tried it, and by the way, the normal tilt would look from upper left-hand corner to the lower right. To me, what this says is the pen is very stable. Like it won't, if tilt is affecting, let's say, your brush size, this kind of shape will ignore tilt until you get to a certain point. Then it will suddenly change the tilt to something that's almost like it's almost completely sideways. Why is that useful? I don't know. To me, Kanto, I think it was like a calligraphy look. I think it was a look, the brush also had a kind of a fuzzy edge, so I feel like it was trying to emulate a little bit of roughness. On top of the brush itself. It's trying to emulate a little bit more hand-drawn quality, right? Rain asks, you never get any kind of anxiety, like where you would forget what you were going to say? Okay, so there's two parts to this. Number one is, do I ever forget what I was about to say? That does happen, but not because of anxiety. So sometimes, for example, there's a topic, and then I'm talking, and in order to explain the topic, I have to explain something very deeply. And then by the time I'm doing that, I'm like, okay, how did I get onto this topic? So in that sense, I might forget. But just because it's a complicated thing, I don't forget. Just because it's I don't get anxiety about it. And one of the techniques that it might help you, I think, in fact, I'm glad you were talking about this. One of the techniques I do, it's kind of a mixed technique. There's two techniques here, is, okay, how can I say this? When we're talking, you're hearing me live, okay? You're hearing every word I speak obviously in the second I speak it. You cannot see my words as I talk, and you cannot literally see everything I have said for the past 5 minutes, okay? If I told you a story that had a small story that had three primary topics, you might not know or remember that there were three topics. There were three pieces of the story or to the puzzle. So one thing I like to do to compensate for this in a meeting, especially when it's a more complex topic, remember I told you I'm known for some things in Microsoft. One of the things I am known also for is for drawing. I'm known as a drawer. What do you call, not drawer like this, but a person who draws. So when I mean draw, what I mean is in the meeting, we're all sitting at a table. I will stand up and go to the whiteboard. I am always going to the whiteboard and I will write down the structure of what I do. Okay? And this combines with another technique. Whenever I talk, I try to always structure it. And I'm very good at it. I can, on any given topic, before I start talking, I'll say, you know what? This topic really breaks down into X, Y, Z, Q. And then I might add more things as I go, but I'll always pick at least 3 things and I'll write that down on the whiteboard. And when you go to the whiteboard, you have to understand it does something to an audience. They can't ignore you when you're at the whiteboard. They have to turn and look at you and look at you like you've got their entire attention. And then when you write down those 3 things or whatever, you have framed the discussion. Okay? You have framed it. And I like to frame things doing it that way. And when you do it, it hypnotizes them. You can tell a cohesive story. And again, it doesn't work for everybody because I think some people might not feel comfortable randomly coming up with 3 things to structure something. It takes time to develop that sense. Let's see. Sorry, I'm ranting about communication, but you can see why now I want to do this channel, right? On Krita, speed pressure curve is used by many. If you're going slow until it's thick, yeah, interesting. I have rarely tried speed controlling things, but I need to do it. I need to try it. I tried it and it feels great. Okay, interesting. Okay, so yeah, Rain, this was the pressure curve that I mentioned. Hope that, so I know I went a little off topic, but that was the actual pressure curve under discussion. And I had some strokes. Oh yeah, here were the strokes. So on the left, on the black strokes, that was the brush with the normal pressure curve, and this is the brush with that pressure curve. So you can see how remember, light pressure at beginning and end, it caused this effect, okay? Now, in my mind, this made this, and the stroke didn't vary as much as I expected, number 1. Number 2, to me, it gave it more of a hand-drawn look. Now, maybe you like the edges, maybe the ends, maybe you don't, but this is what it actually looked like. And I think I have another example. This is when this is me, instead of drawing a consistent pressure, or relatively consistent, I'm deliberately going up and down in pressure, right? Going heavy, light, heavy, light. And you can see if you do that, you get those bumps now, right? You see it? So that's due to the W shape. Remember, it's the W shape in the pressure curve. So interesting to me, again, it added a bit of hand-drawn look, right? Something that's kind of imprecise, but it looked nice. Yeah, send a brush mirror. Send a brush mirror. Okay, let me get back to my checking Reddit for anything interesting. Somebody complained that they're connecting their tablet in 2OS Pro, that it's disabling. They were asking if it has a microphone, because when they plug in their tablet, it disables the microphone of their computer. And I asked them to try it. So he's replied back in Italian. So I'm going to have to translate this. Let me take a quick look here. Hang on. Gotta make sure. Fantastic. Okay. Let's type this in. Take a look. Translating to Polish. I want English. I was watching a video by one of my favorite guys, Simon Roper. I discovered the word for tooth in Polish, which is, I think think Djembe or something like that, or Zembi or Djembe, is related to our word for comb. Like they come from they have the same root. Actually, I didn't know that. Also, what's the other one? Wool. I think wool in Polish and wool in English come from the same root. And there's one other I can't remember. Anyway, let's English and detect language. The models PTH 660 and 860 same problem when you. That's wild. It looks like the touch lever, the touch switch, interprets as turning off the microphone. That's so weird. I'll reply to that one later. That's very weird. That is very weird. Okay, let's take a look. Sometimes I like going through Reddit just to see if there's any interesting things we can talk about. Let me go back to the normal way of looking at Reddit. We'll start with the Wacom subreddit. Oh, you sent the link? Okay, Mir, I'll take a look. Do you want me to look at the brush now, Mir? Like try it out? Let's take a look. I think you just sent it. This thing. Okay, ink textured. Let's. Okay, KPP. I guess I download this. And then double click it to open it. Now you may need to help me here, Mir, because I've never. Okay, Drinkwater, thanks for stopping by. It was great having you in chat. Let's try this again. Did it not did it not oh, okay. So it's sorry, where this is the file, right? Okay, KPP, got it. What do I do with this, Mir? And do I need a tablet? I probably do. I've got one, but I need a pen. So just give me a second, I'll get a pen. Okay, I am back. Sorry for the delay. Found a pen. Got my tablet, and now let's do what Mira is saying. Open Krita. Krita. Let me open up Wacom Center too, because it actually was having problems earlier. Just want to make sure it's not going to crash again. Okay. Let's cancel. Let's get a new image. Click on settings. I'm going to send instructions. Okay. While you're doing that, I'm just going to make sure the tablet is tableting. Okay, Intuos Pro is recognized. Let's just do a little bit of, where's the pen? Okay, it's not on the right screen. Let's fix that. Mapping to one display. Okay, good. Now I should be, oh, I picked the wrong display. Let's apply. Okay, now I'm on the right display. Okay, Mira, I'm just waiting for your instructions. So let me know. Can I figure it out myself? I'm not sure. I'm glad you asked me to do this because okay. Because I've always wondered how to do this, how to give someone a brush. And in fact, I have my test brushes that I'm always having to reconfigure every time I test. So I want to be able to just load the brush and not have to reconfigure it every time. And I want to give them special names too. Just sent it. Okay, did you send it in Discord, I assume? Okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look. So I go to Manage Resources. And then go to Import Resources. And then I find the download, I guess the KPP file. Then I hit Close. Manage Import. And then you search for ink. And then it's this. Okay, I think I understand. Thank you, Mir. That was actually a good video. Explained a lot. Let me just double check my mention here to see what's going on in case there was an emergency. Let me check real quick. Oh wow. Nocdi says Microsoft has a patent for turning trackpad into a pen tablet, but I don't think they're going to use it. Okay. Okay. Well, we want to do is we want to go to Krita. Go to settings, we're going to manage, we want to go import, and then we want to go to downloads, and we want to find that KPP file, then open. Yeah, sure, whatever. What? Okay, let me try moving it to the documents folder. Looks like there's a permissions thing. Copy. Paste. Let's try this again. Import a resource. Go to documents this time, which it should have. Yeah, sure, overwrite. Okay. Then hit close. KPP. Okay, so there's a separate thing for resource for libraries. Right now, KPP is enough. I assume that's just a single brush. Okay. And then type in the word ink. And I think this is the one. What's the name of this? Ink pen texturized. Okay, great. Now I've got my tablet plugged in. Let's just open up the settings just so everyone can see what I am doing here. Ink pen texturized. Let's take a look at the size. Okay, it goes up and down. Rotate. Sorry, let's look at the size again because speed is set to interesting. I've never used speed, so don't know how to interpret it even. Sharpness, rotation, fuzzy dab. Sharpness is not set. Anything else here? Okay, I think I got it. Let's just try. Let me make the brush bigger. I'm gonna make it 44. So let me just do a light stroke to feel it. And now I'm moving faster. So it's getting thinner as I go fast. Is that right, Mir? Oops, I hit the wrong key. So if I go slow, it's thick. But if I do the same thing fast, it gets a little more erratic. Interesting. I mean, for my art style, I don't use this, but I think I'm interested in this in Clip because in Clip, I draw with the vector tool. I mean, I use vector strokes. And of course, all my strokes have the same thickness. So it can look a little artificial, a little too clean. And using a brush like this, when I'm using vector strokes, might be really cool because, God damn it, I'm pressing the wrong thing every time. It might be cool because it provides a little bit of roughness. And I think the way I draw, when I need to draw these kind of finer lines, it might add a nice look. Because I'm drawing fast when I do these fine lines. Like I'm cross-hatching. Like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like this. Okay, bundle. Okay, we'll try to use a bundle now. I like this brush, Mir. I like the brush, honestly. And now, I didn't know you could give someone a specific brush, but now I know that I can save my brushes somewhere and use them in my testing much easier. Okay, I'm just gonna take care of something. Let's be back in just 2 minutes, okay? Okay, I'm back. Looks like Amir's gonna be back too in a few minutes. So while I'm waiting, let's just continue down our Tablets and Chill Reddit discussion. I'll answer this one later. Whoa, this could be interesting. I built a new free native digital whiteboard app for Win 10, Win 11. I'm interested in this topic. Let's try it out. Hey, thank you. Let's just say, hey, thanks for sharing. We'll try it out live on stream. Right now. And I'll just put the time to 12:24 p.m. PST. Let's see. The app is free. Marker pad. Let's save this in the stream. I don't know what share means. I just want to install it. Oh, I'm on. Okay, no worries. I forgot I was on a Mac. I was like, yeah, I want to use this. But I forgot I was on a Mac. But that's okay. That's okay. It's funny, sometimes I just forget which one I'm on. Which probably is says something good about. Let's see. He called it what? Marker app. Where's my window? Store. Yep. You can't see what I'm doing. It's on my main window, but I'm just looking up Marker app. I don't see it listed in the store, so I'm going to have to go back to Reddit and pick it up from there. If I can get Chrome to open. Let's double check to see what's going on here. This window is hosed. Chrome is having a problem. We're still just waiting for Mir. Hello, Chrome. Okay, sure. Yeah, my Surface laptop just seemed to have had a little bit of a problem. Okay, so I will let you see what I'm doing, because otherwise it'll be kind of confusing for you. Okay, so we know that there's an app somewhere here. Oh, Mir, you're back? Mir, we're gonna do a quick little trying out an app we found on the Reddit, so just give me a few minutes, and we are going to come back to our project with you. Someone released a free whiteboarding app on the Microsoft Store, and I just wanted to try it out. I think I just clicked download. I'm not sure why. Maybe it just downloaded. Let's turn off my face for a second to see if... Oh, it is a literal download. Okay, I'm trusting that it was checked to have no viruses or whatever. Okay, it looks like a normal store app. Let's see what happens. Genius apps. Let me move my tablet out of the way so that I'm not... Okay. So let's take a look. I need to move this thing to the other window. Oops. There we go. And let me get this. And let's add in a little Wacom tablet. Let's see what that can be like. Mirror, just a few minutes and we'll come right back. Sorry, I just got distracted. Well, not distracted exactly, but while you were gone, this topic came up and I was just so curious about it, I had to try. So and let's see. Okay, so my mouse is not in the right place, so I'll fix that. Or my pointer isn't. Where is Wacom? Skip mapping. I want it on one display. I want it on this one. Yep. And turn on force proportions. And then, yeah, here we go. Okay, now I'm in the right place. Everyone can see that. And I myself, let me take a look at the laptop in front of me. Okay, you can see it, right? Let us try the app. Let's move this thing out of the way. Marker pad. So first of all, I like that there's a palette on the left. Like there's an actual like space reserved for the button, the colors, and this thing, because I don't like that I always have to bring up that menu on Microsoft Whiteboard, okay? So I like that. And then it's convenient to change the size. It's a live preview. That's great. Don't know what the heck this is. Oh, you can create multiple pages. Okay. That itself is an amazing feature. Microsoft Whiteboard, every time you create a page, it's like, first of all, you have to leave the page you're on, hit new, and it creates this big menu. And just say you want a blank page, you have to find the blank thing. I can do it for you, but it's more fun to just yell about it without showing it to you. Yeah, Mir, I feel the same way. Actually, the display tablets helped me. Once I tried one, I realized what I like about pen tablets. So the fact that this app actually has I like it. I mean, it makes it easy for me to do a presentation with you. Like when I was telling you, for example, you know, if you want a paper feel. Now it's like pen display. I'm just trying it out versus pen tablets. They're different answers. I'm just pretending to do the same thing we did an hour or so ago. Let's see, Mir's got another comment. I don't have a GPU for extra monitor. I'm wondering if it'll cause an issue when I unplug my display tablet. And when you unplug my display, plug in my, it shouldn't. So you're switching tablets, or so you're switching screens, right? You're unplugging the display tablet. It shouldn't cause a problem. I've never seen just because there's no GPU. So that means you're plugged into your motherboard, right? So I like this. I like that. Now, what would be great is if there's a way to, I'm hitting backspace and delete. Sometimes, like in Clip Studio Paint, I like an easy way to just delete everything, right? Yeah, you can do that. It shouldn't be a problem. I do that all the time, Mir, while my computers are running. I literally did it to the computer I'm streaming on just before I started streaming. Now you're using Linux, so the operating system might rearrange the monitors a bit, but it won't physically affect or damage the thing or anything. Let's see, another thing which would be nice is, okay, so these are actually vector strokes, which is nice. I mean, it's good for what it's doing, but sometimes I need to erase a piece of it. Right? And I really don't want it to treat everything like vectors, though I understand the reasons, right? Let's try zooming in a little bit. Oh, that's undocking the window. What's this? Toggle what? Toggle finger input. Okay, I don't want finger input. Screw that. Clear all. There is a clear all button. I just want a shortcut. Yeah. There is undo and redo, and there's share. What does share do? I'll do a separate stream reviewing this actually. Mir says, Mir uses Wayland, better for display management. I have no expertise with Linux, so I've heard about Wayland, but I just never have actually used it. Okay, so it's doing a bunch of things here. Share, okay, it's good. I suppose I can share. Let's see what happens when I click share with myself. So I'll just type in hello world. Hello world. Oh, I'm typing in the wrong keyboard. Okay, I wonder. Okay, let's send it. It was sent using Outlook. Okay, that was great. Now the question is what was sent? Because I have 3 pages. Was one thing sent or all 3? Okay. Oh, there's a premium. Let's just take a look. More than 5 files. Oh, I think each pad is a file. I think that's what's going on here. Okay, so that's the setting. So I would need to get premium. Back up your files, support development. Okay, I'll go ahead and buy it. It's $10. Why not? Actually, before we do that, let me do that later, actually. I'll do a separate stream for it. Don't want to get too deep into buying things right now. Let's just take a look at the settings. So far I'm liking it. Feedback. So it backs up to OneDrive. That's great. Compact mode is on. It's off. Let's try turning it on. Okay, this is good too. This is good too. X11 and Wayland are both display server protocols for Linux that manage how computer displays graphics. So they're like window manager. No, there's different. That's different, right? X11 is really old and is bad for multiple monitors. So far I like this app. I think it would be worth for me to pay $10. I assume that's a one-time payment. So yeah, I'll do a separate stream and then we'll see. Oops, what are you seeing? You're seeing my hands. I closed a window I didn't mean to close. Hang on. Where is... Wayland is more modern. It's good for AMD-based systems, not good for... Really? Okay, interesting. Where are my overlays? I turned off an overlay is what happened. There we go. We're back to normal. Sorry for the confusion there. I just clicked on something I shouldn't have clicked on. Okay, Mira, let's get back to the Krita. So actually, before I do, let me just write down to this person and tell them, hey. Nope, not that. What is it I want to do? Oh, I am in the Mac. Okay, there we go. Let me just... Let me just make sure. Oh, kid, yeah. Here, I'll share the stream with him. Because if he can join us, that would be great. 1 second. Social, YouTube, channel contents. Copy the stream. Seven minutes ago, yeah, let's paste it in. Let's get him here. Sorry, Mira, I know we're delaying a bit, but let's comment. It's a... So, while we're waiting for this person, let's wait. And they're probably going to join chat, so let's just wait for them a little bit. In the meanwhile, while we're waiting, I'm going to take a little bit of a just 1-2 minute break. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay. So let's get to. We'll wait for that person to arrive. But in the meanwhile, we're going to get back to our business with Krita. And you sent a brush that comes in the bundle. Let's find it. This is the bundle. Manage resource libraries. Okay. Download. It's there. It says Ergo something. Don't know what to. So I go here. I go to settings, and import resources, I guess. Not the right thing. Maybe it's settings, import here. Okay, I guess that's it. Oh God, I gotta move it to my documents or something maybe. It's the other, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for confirming. Okay, I guess it loaded. Close. Okay. Now, I guess there's a new brush here. What should I look for, Mir? The download was what? Ergo. So let's check for Ergo. Ergo? Okay, tell me what to look for and I'll load it. And while I'm waiting on that, I'm actually going to buy this app. You can't see what I'm doing, but it's okay. We'll bring it back online in a second. Mac. Let's get here. Where's the app? I'm gonna app, and I'm going to Mir, what is the name of it though? I typed in Ergo. You gotta just tell me the name and I'll type it right in. Okay, I'm typing 2B pencil. Okay, let me finish buying this. Okay, high uni 2B pencil. Okay, we're back here. Let's search again. High dash uni. Oh, I see. Thank you, Mir. Yeah, I didn't quite understand what was going on there. Okay, so I think I've selected it. Pumpkin Cat. Good evening. Are you the author of the app, the marker pad? I think that's who we're waiting for. We're just drawing a little bit as we. Let me know. Let me know, because that's we'll get there if that's the case. I'm drawing with a mouse right now, Mir. I'm going to switch the tablet now over. So Pumpkin Cat, yeah, we're waiting for somebody who made an app for Windows, a whiteboard app, which I just bought, by the way. And now, Mir, I'm trying. Oh, that's a good. Let me go ahead and just do this, Mir. How do I do that? Assign the tag, favorite, my favorites. Okay, there we go. What do I think about this one? Let's see. No, I only make dysfunctional Photoshop brushes that were featured. Okay. Do you know the Control Enter command? I do not. Let me try it. Control Enter? What does that do? Oh, this, yeah. I did not know about it. I did not know about it, Mir. I like this. I like this. It helps. Yeah, I do like it. I don't draw with brushes like this. Oh, lower size? Okay, let's try that. Let's do 16. Okay. Well, this is a very nice human-looking brush in terms of the stroke. I like the strokes. I do like the strokes. If I were to draw something with it, it would give it a very human characteristic, right? Yeah, I do like it. Mitsubishi, meant to simulate a Mitsubishi brush. I like it. I like it. Well, Pumpkin Cat, I'm gonna be honest with you, I use Krita only really for testing and occasional drawing. I'm a big Clip Studio Paint fan. That is my thing. But Mir wanted me to try out this brush, which I'm liking, actually. I'm really liking the brush, Mir. And I'm drawing my favorite topic, which is a Pepe or Apu or Peepo. I forget which one. Kind of messed it up though, but that's okay. I'm aiming for a little square style. Sorry, I know I rotate. I rotated this unintentionally, so I'm drawing a little bit in a weird, I guess I could unrotate it. It's a pencil, not a brush. It's used by many animators. I like the feeling. I like, again, that it looks human. Pumpkin Cat says, my only gripe with CSP is the lack of lab color sliders. So this is good. Yeah, I'll actually try this out. Where did you make this, Mir? Or did you find it? I like it. I really like it. I'm gonna take a look at the pressure curve for this and just see what it's like. Can I hit Control Enter? Sure. For me, it's I'm using a Windows keyboard on a Mac, so it's a little weird. Okay, this, right? You did not make it, okay. What would you like me to do with this mirror? Okay, great. Command palette. I'm just scrolling down the command palette. Okay, while I'm waiting, I'm gonna take a look at how this brush is set up. Its size is set to pressure. Okay, so it won't start with a super thin, which is good. That explains some of what I'm seeing. Spacing, interesting. I've never seen spacing controlled by pressure. What I read is there's more spacing as you go fast, which I guess makes sense, or less. I guess it's less. What about the tile on this brush? Is that the brush tip, Stark Stefan? It feels good. I think the pressure curve, that minor change the pressure curve is affecting. You can search for stuff on the command palette. Yeah, it's useful. I honestly, I might have seen it before, but it never took hold of me. So this is the pattern. Strength. Brush tip has, oh, look at this. I'm clicked on opacity. And what is this doing? Brush tip. Like if you can't find the gradient option, you can search for it on the tilt. You want tilt? Sorry, where is tilt? So none of the tilts are selected, Stefan. But this is a nice brush. I actually do like it. I do like it. It's probably one of the few times I've ever used a custom brush in Krita. And what I want to do is I want to make my own custom brushes, not for art, but for testing. But so far, I like this. I like this a lot. I really don't know how to cross hatch, so I'm just drawing a bunch of lines just to try to see what it looks like, how it feels. It does give a nice pencil feel. I like it. I like it. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the app because I did buy it. Give me a second. Let me just make sure everything's okay. All features, yeah, all features are now enabled. So let's go back there. And let me plug in the Wacom. Let me see if that guy is in the Reddit. Is going to join us. Maybe he's replied. Okay. I might even do a separate stream. Stream on. Actually, instead of I'll even do a separate stream. Stream focused on this app. On this app. Tonight. Okay. May I ask you if you ever got any updates from Ceramic Tips for the Pro Pen 2? Let me look up in the Discord. I didn't get one, and something stopped me from ordering, and I can't remember what that was. Ceramic. Let me check my general chat too. Yeah, I need to check up again and find the link. I was looking through the site, but I think I was concerned about how I would actually end up paying for it. Not how much it costs, but I couldn't figure out the logistics of paying for it exactly, because it's a Japanese site. Okay, I'm getting back to the app. Let's take a look. I'm actually going to do a separate stream on this app tonight. I thought that'd be better for people who are actually looking for this app, because I can focus on it. But we'll do a little pre-stream here. So I'm going to switch back to the full mode, which is turn off compact mode. Okay. Close. So now I should be able to create more than 5 of these untitled things. That's another suggestion I think this person should have, that I would make for this person, who's title these with a number, like untitled 1, 2, 3, and maybe call them pages or something, or it just saves me some time in organizing. At least having a number would disambiguate things. Okay? And I wish also there was an eraser. Actually, let me take some of these notes down. Let me write that down in my OneNote here. Marker pad. So what I want is shortcut key to erase dot. I want pixel eraser, not just what do you call it? Pixel eraser, not just stroke eraser. Consider erase to intersection. Give pages titles. Number the untitled pages. Let me see. I want to be able to share all the pages, not just one. Or save. Can I save them all? Let's take a look. I don't know why I'm looking not at the camera, but I'm looking onto my left. Maybe because the camera's too high. Let's see. What's this? Oh, that's the expand collapse there. I think that's it. So can I save it? So it is saving as PNGs. Original, low, high, medium. Not sure what that really means. I can copy it, I guess. Yeah, I kind of want to zip it up. I kind of want this to be able to zip it up. And actually, how can I express this? I kind of want this to be sent out for me as a book. I don't mean printed book. I mean like just one file that I can see. Like one file is a zip file, but I can't see a zip file. I want to be able to open it up in something. Maybe save it as a web page with multiple pages inside. Let's see. I'll check that one out in just a minute, Mir. I just want to see what else is going on here. So overall, I do like this. and I'll use it on my next stream actually, and I'll use it right now for notes. And let's see, will it work well for notes for me right now? Let me make sure I'm on the right brush. Oh, I am on the brush. Why am I not writing anything? Oh, this dialogue is up. There's no beeping because there's no sound, but okay. This probably, I'll check this out on the Samsung S24 Ultra as well. But, oh, does it give me space? Oh no. I only get this image. I can't make it bigger than this. Right? Like, I can't make the size of this page bigger. What does this do? Okay, I like that. So as long as I can accept that it's PNG files, like actual bitmaps. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of the Wacom Canvas app. So maybe I will actually put that down of, take a look at what Wacom Canvas does. Okay, Mir, let's get back to you and try it out. Okay, so you sent another one. Let's take a look. I think you're saying it's in here. Let's download it. And it's a KPP file, which means I have to go to Settings, Manage Resources, not Libraries. Import. InkPen Texturized. Open. Sure, yes. Okay, so which brush got loaded? Like, can you tell me the name, Mir, of the brush? So I can find it again? Oh, is it a pencil? You said it's pencil. Is it one of these? It's not this, right? Just tell me which one to search for, and I'll try it out. Darker pencil. Okay, good. Darker. Oh, sorry, Mir. Let's try that again. Manage resources, import resources. Under downloads, dark, I see, okay. Did I load it? I can't tell if I loaded it. I think I did. There it is, darker pencil too. Okay, let's load this up. Now, oh, I'm on the wrong computer. Okay, let me plug in the Intuos Pro. And why am I not drawing here? Why is it not drawing? Okay, why is it not drawing? Let's switch brushes. Let me add this to favorites. Okay, let's take a look at the pressure curve, as you said. Actually, before I do that, let me just verify that. Okay, it will draw with that one. Am I on the right brush? Darker pencil too, yeah, okay. There we go. And let's take a look at the pressure curve as Mir has asked me to do. Size. Fade. What's this do? Let me try messing it around a little bit, and just to see. I'm looking at the preview. Let's reset it. Its duration. Oh, how long the ink lasts? Its length? Its length. Okay, let me see if I can understand the actual impact of this. So it fades in, is that what you're saying? Its length. Can you mess with the length? What do you mean mess with the length? This thing. Oh, I see. Let's just go here. Oh, okay. Let me set it up really high because I just want to understand what it... I'm trying to exaggerate its behavior so I can see what it's doing. I'm not really sure how to think about it. Like, my eyes don't necessarily tell me there's a difference. Yeah, if you can do that, that'd be great. I do like it. I'm just trying to figure out what it's good for. What if I start heavy? Oh, I see. That's interesting. Even if I started heavy, it... Oh, this is... Oh, okay, hang on. A big size. Sure, Amir. I think I've discovered something interesting here. This is big. Okay, what I discovered here is that... So I'm jamming the pen down hard. And the stroke begins small. That's interesting. That's interesting. I didn't even know Krita did this. Because sometimes, you know, when people do this, start taper, yeah. Thank you. I was searching for the word. When people do a lot of cross-hatching, like you're doing this, it often happens. I'll use a different brush for a second and everyone will see. Let me use this one. Well, that's not a good one. Let's try... Let me try expanding this actually. Let's use this. I need to make a bigger brush though. Otherwise people can't see. Okay. So with these big brushes, take a look at what the front looks like. You want to do a bunch of lines, but you get these really thick beginnings, and sometimes you get a little dot at the beginning, or a little, like a shoelace. I'm not entirely sure of all the factors that contribute to the shoelace, but it's not giving me a nice taper for sure, right? So I like this this brush. Where is it? Where's that dark brush? Darker 2, because I'll make it big. So you can tell I really don't know much about Krita, but I haven't experimented that much with Clip Studio Paint in terms of customizing. So is that the right thing I wanted? Is that the right brush? No, that's Pencil 2. My mistake. I want to go to favorites and pick the... What was it called? That's not right, is it? Why is it looking weird and different now? Oh, what? Tell me which one I should pick, Mir. It says dark. Oh, this is Pencil 2. Sorry. I see. Let me search for dark. I guess I didn't add it to favorites. There we go. Okay, yeah. Here we go. Darker pencil. So, yeah. So now I get my thin beginnings. So this is a good utility. And I learned something. Right? I've always wondered, how can I hit the tablet hard but get a thin stroke, right? And this makes sense. Keanu Steve, hey, thanks for joining us. We're just playing around with Krita, and Mir is sending me some different brushes that he found or built, and we're experimenting and learning how to control pressure and brush size a bit better. I like it. Yeah, I like that it's not... Oh, thank you, Keanu Steve. Appreciate it. I said the length is the main part. Okay, let's play around with the length. I set to 2000, so let's try 65. Yes, Nick, we're searching for just the right brushes. You know, I will say this right now. I feel no shame whatsoever surrounded by... On the Discord, I think you should know, we have just some amazing artists. Everyone just does a great job. But I feel no shame, you know, next to these people in drawing Apu, you know, Peepos, right? None at all. No problem with it. Simple line art. Personally, Keanu Steve, I prefer Clipshape Paint, but it depends on, I think, your style of drawing. I like, I draw a lot of line art, right? So in a sense, or if people draw manga, there's lots of things Clipshape Paint will really simplify life for if you draw line art. Photoshop is very poor for art, right? Like, I know people do it, but I think they do it out of habit or something. Krita is much more for, like, painting, right? Oh, that's right, Nick. I forgot about that. I love it. Well, thanks for sharing, Mir. I keep forgetting. I'm gonna move the brush over on the other monitor, so you can't see it, but it is up. And, oh, I set the length to 64, like Mir suggested. And... Oh, I see. It controls how much... Yeah, I wanted a bit more. That's why the stroke was getting thinner, because the length is longer than the stroke length. Yes, I get it. Let me just do 100 for a second, because this is a 4K document, I believe. And try it out. I like it. I'm also noticing this brush has a little bit of so this, you built this from a CSP. I mean, there's a brush called Darker Pencil from CSP is what I'm understanding, and you built this from that. Now, do you notice something funny here? You see there's a little bit of this thing going on, what's pulsing, right? So I think the way to fix that, you can see it, right? There's like different segments. That's not the tablet's fault. At least not that I think so. Not that I think so. How do you fix that? I think, let me go to the brush thing. And I think, I want, what do I want? Does this have pressure smoothing? It probably doesn't. Not in the brush, but in the tools options. I'm going to set to weighted and then 14 or 23, and I'm going to turn on smooth pressure. Oh, sorry. I always forget to do this. Sorry, my mistake, everyone. So, what I was saying is I was drawing the stroke, and I was saying, do you see these? See the segments here? You see? At the center of the circle, I'll shrink the circle so it's more. There's a kind of a segment that starts here, segment that starts there. It's really obvious on one of these. Yeah, here we go. See this segment? Another segment begins. So I'm trying to use pressure smoothing to sort of remove the segments. So I turned on pressure smoothing. I turned it on here, weighted, and then I turned on smooth pressure, and seeing if it makes a difference. Let's delete and get a big brush. I don't think it made as big a difference as I want. And I'm only looking at the beginning of the brush, not the end, because the end has its own problems, trust me. Let's try distance to like 200. At a distance of 200, it's... Oh, I know what's going on. I know what's going on. Let me undo this. Oh, I have a zoom tool too, I forgot. You see that distance there? I believe that's when the fade is going away, maybe. I believe that's what's happening. Because the length on the fade is set to 200. Maybe that's what's... Oops, let me turn off that zoom. I set it to 460. And now it's a bit easier to deal with. Do I have smoothing on? I still have smoothing on, but I can turn it off. Okay. Yeah, see it right there? You see that little thing? Oh, that's a great question. Yeah, Keanu Steve, you're asking me what I normally use or what I'm using right now because I'm testing. But normally, if I'm just drawing myself, I use a pen tablet like this in 2os Pro, or a Huion Gianna, or a XP Pen Deco Pro Gen 2. I like those three tablets the best. Of those, the Intuos Pro 2025 large, it's a very large tablet, is my favorite. Occasionally, I will use a pen display like a Cintiq 24 2025 edition or a Huion Canvas Pro 19. And then for a mobile, right now I'm in love with the Wacom Moving Pad 11, and I'm gonna get the Wacom Moving Pad 14. I just ordered it. It should come, I'm guessing, in 2 weeks. We'll see. Because it has the best drawing experience. Mir says, there's a screenshot for me about how to fix that segmentation. It's caused by spacing. So what do I want here? I want auto. Let's take a look at it. I'm spacing. Oh, it's sorry. Brush tip spacing. Let me compare the two here. 172. I'll try to make it match up relatively close. And this is 20 auto precision. Okay, so let's try this. That's right, Nick. I am always mixing up cables. So this is a monoprice cable. Okay, let's get back here to Krita. Try it out now. Okay, that did seem to fix it, Mir. At least it's improvement. I'm still seeing a few little weirdnesses, like right there, but I'm not sure if that's the same exact problem. At the very least, the problem is greatly diminished, or somewhat diminished. There's another little right there. God darn it! Sorry. Keep reminding me. Since I mentioned I made changes, I tried to copy the exact changes that Mir had in the screenshot that was provided. Let me drag this out, and just to show you the screenshot, it's exactly the same settings, okay? And I'm still seeing some of that artifact. I think it is diminished, but I'm still seeing it. You can see it right here. And more, I think no, it's the end. Here's another. So some of it's still there. Can I disable the auto? Yeah, sure. Yep, I disabled it, and Let's backspace to delete. If I'm drawing at light, can you see? I'm beginning with light pressure mirror. Sometimes you see that? Little doodads. But sometimes it's perfect. But even here, there's a little tiny thing. Reset the brush, sure. Set the spacing to non-auto 0.1. Or all I can get is 0.2. So I'm gonna set it, oh, so I see, so, sorry, I'm at 0.2. Okay, I did exactly as you said, and I reset the brush. Let me turn off the zoom. Let me, yeah, okay. Still seeing it. Still seeing it. And just for your reference, this is the brush shape or the brush settings. So I reset, turned off auto, and then left it at 0.1. On the fade, let me turn off fade. How's that? Oops, turn off fade. See, now it's a different set of problems. I mean, probably it's related, you see? The little bulb at the beginning. So that was interesting. There, see a little bulb right there? Sure, I'll try 0.1, happy to. Okay, set it as low as it'll go, see? Could it be the pen? Give me a second, I'm gonna get another pen. Can I set the length to higher? Where's the length again, Mir? In fade? Fade is off though. Right, so it shouldn't be affecting any, or I can change this, even though, does it affect pressure here? No, it's fade specific. I mean, I'll set it to that value and let's just see. I reset here. Darker pencil, I reset the thing and the pressure, this is its default. And then fade is set to this. I'll change the length to a higher. I'll do a lot higher. I mean, that changed things. Now I'll do 800. Yeah, I'm not sure how to interpret it, honestly, Mir. Size more than fade. Ooh, what do you mean, size more than fade? The size shouldn't be more than fade. So the size is 50, the fade is set right now at 65. Okay? So do I see the problem? I see it right here and right there. Right there. And maybe a little bit right there. If I set the size to much lower, will I see it? Yeah, I see it even much lower. Let me try another pen. I'm just curious if, just out of paranoia, if there's something wrong with the pen. So give me a second, I'll be right back. You know what? I've been drawing and talking to you for like 10 minutes. Listening to the chat or watching the chat, changing the settings. And until this very second, I didn't realize it had been saying be back later. For like 10 minutes, I've been chatting. I've been talking to people. And none of you heard any of it. I'm so embarrassed. Okay. So, Mir, I tried everything, literally everything you said in the chat, right? I tried changing from this to this and different lengths and all sorts of things. And I just cannot get the change. I cannot get what I need, right, out of the this brush. But I will try again. I will absolutely try again. Let me reset this thing. You got jump scared. You should have seen my face when I realized I looked and I'm like, I actually literally said, hey everybody, I'm going to end the stream in a minute. And I was about to press the button that says be back, ending the stream. And I realized, oh, the stream is saying be back soon. So that was something. I didn't try the mouse thing. So I'm going to try the mouse thing right now. So I can see right there. Oops, let me show you the Mac. Hello. Let's try this again. Yeah, I'm going to switch there a minute. Sometimes the Stream Deck thing gets a little confused about what's going on. But that's okay. I can change it in other ways. Let's see. There we go. Okay, do you see this? So, Nick says at the size curve. I sent the screenshot in Discord. Okay, let's take a look. This makes me realize how little I know Krita. It makes me realize I know really nothing about Krita and how it works. Okay, tell me, yo, there's a screenshot in Discord. That's what you want me to look at. Okay. Where's the, I see this. I tried this, it didn't help. You want me to try this again? Or do you want me to try something else, Mir? Because I'll try it for you. It gives me a taper, but it's, again, a weird... maybe I need a bigger distance. Okay, that's... I mean, it's affecting the size of the brush, yes. But it is actually producing a nice effect for me, so I'm not going to complain. Let me increase the brush, sorry, the distance, or the length, sorry, to half that 160, roughly. Oh, where do you want me to set it on? On, you said size, I thought you meant size fade. Did you mean size pressure? Right now, for me, I'm just focusing on the beginning. Oh, this? Maybe this was the problem? Well, actually, I'm okay with this. I think I understand what's happening now. I think I understand. Okay, now I think I understand. Let me reset the brush. Pressure is linear. Fade is set like this. Now let me just see. Okay. So that's the problem. You can see. Right? Fuck. I did it on pressure in, did I? Oh. Okay, that's okay. I'm not using pressure in. So fade, and I'll set it to 160, like I had before. Okay, that is, I mean, I can tolerate this, but it's still creating these little things. These little... Okay, everyone, I do need to run. I need to go take care of a few things. They are tablet-related things. Specifically, I have to record the audio for my Wacom 114 review. And I want to get that, at least in draft form, out to the Discord tonight. So I have to go record that. So I am leaving you, but I'm going to leave you for tablet-related reasons. And Mir, I'll come back streaming tonight because I want to do a review of that MarkerPad app. Otherwise, people will have problems finding my comments in the middle of this multi-hour stream. So I'll do a special stream for that. Because I've been going 4.5 hours. Woo! That's something. And yeah, thank you. If you can send me the brush sample next time. And I am really intrigued by how to create these brushes. I'm going to try to create one as well. Maybe, who knows, maybe I'll have a separate stream on that. Because I want to create my test brushes, so it'll save me so much time. And it'll be more easy to replicate, okay? Okay, everyone, have a great day. As always, I really appreciate that you're so involved in these streams. And I love your feedback and your questions and your comments and your energy. I'll be back tonight, my time, to stream on MarkerPad. And then, who knows, maybe we have some other things planned as well. Everyone have a great day or night, and I'll see you soon. Bye.